12. Oh, what a shot! What a way to finish the session!
Maxi with a big finish. And there it is. Delightful dart.
You might want to stay in your seats.
Good morning, darts fans, and welcome to week 2 of the ADC Global Championship. All building up to that grand finals event on Sunday when somebody will get their hands on that magnificent trophy. And we do have 4 players already there. We've still got the former world champion Scott Mitchell here in the studio. You've been watching the action throughout this tournament. 4 players made it last week. Adam Lipscomb coming out on top and winning that weekly final. What have you made of the event so far?
I think it's been a really good event, and I think that we've seen players absolutely shine in the event, and because of the way that it's working, and it's slightly different towards the end, and when we go to a Sunday final, the players have really embraced the different idea, and some of them, it's changed the way they play here.
Absolutely. Well, let's just recap what happened on Saturday night here at the Live Lounge. We saw that progression for those players in the semi-finals. Bradley Brooks, Adam Lipscomb, Daryl Pilgrim and Andy Bolton, by getting through their groups, all made... You have to feel a little bit sorry, I would say, for Sebastian Białecki, who lost both of those games 4-3. Total opposite for James Richardson, had a bit of a horror show, didn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. I think James had a few came down and surprised him to support him, and I think ultimately that might have put him off a little bit. He wasn't expecting him to be here, and when you get here, and you don't want that sort of surprise sometimes. But yeah, he just didn't get going on finals night, unfortunately for James. But
Adam Lipscomb, I mean, all week he was looking at this trophy for motivation. Not only did he qualify, he went and won a week on that stage for the first time.
Yeah, massive steps for Adam. He's at that stage in his darting life now where he's got to start winning a few things. He's got to start putting his name around that shop window. And that's exactly what he did on Saturday night. You know, Andy Bolton looked good, qualifying from Group A, and we all thought he was going to be the danger. And it turned out that he was. You know, he came through a 4-3 game, a really tight one in the semi-final with Pilgrim, and you think, well, his name's on it. And up stepped Adam, and he was having none of it. He wins the final 4-1.
Yeah, and is one of 4 qualifiers from that first week. He'd actually go through as the first or second seed by virtue of winning the week. Andy Bolton as runner-up, 3rd or 4th. It depends on the averages from the qualifiers this week. So whoever has the highest average between Lipscomb and this Saturday's winner will be the number 1 seed for the quarterfinals, which take place on Sunday. We're going to have a longer format for that. It's all going to be building up to that. It is quite interesting, isn't it, that, you know, he's won that week, but did you get the sense from the other players, not taking anything away from Adam, that it was job done once they'd reached the semi-finals?
There was a little bit of it. I really do. I think there was a little bit of it. But I think you're going to say that when you lose a semi-final. You're going to, you know, if you've been turned over in a semi-final, you go, well, you know, it's not too much of a bother. I'm in the Sunday. I'm in the show. I've made it to the show on Sunday, and that's all what I needed to do. And I suppose that's probably the answer I'd be giving as well if I was in the same situation.
So there were 24 players qualified for this tournament. There are 16 left, and 12 of them are battling it out this week. This is the lineup for week 2 of the ADC Global Championship. Adam Mould, Gary Stone, James Welding, Marvin Van Velzen, a former Super Series champion, Danny Sherwater and Ivan Spring-Paulson in Group A, John Desra, Mojo Croft and Charlie Martin coming in Group B, James Bailey all the way from Australia, Devon Peterson of South Africa, and Shane Hayward of Wales coming in Group C. Any names that really leap off the page for you?
Well, looking at Group A today, I mean, Marvin Van Velzen has had sort of Titanic runs here lately, and this has changed Marvin, this place, as a dart player. So he's coming back to somewhere where he knows he really likes playing. It's one of those things when you have comfort at a venue, and that's what Marvin's got. So I think Marvin's going to be right up there. Today I'm looking at Gary Stone as well. I think he could push him. We forever mention Gary Stone, and he just doesn't quite make it, but he's got such levels when he's playing right that these sorts of things he's got a target.
Well, it is Marvin van Velzen who's been made the favourite with the odds compilers, 13 to 5 stone second. So Scott Mitchell pretty much picking out the key protagonist there. Devon Peterson was really impressive last time he was here, hence why he's maybe a bit further up the betting than he might have been, say, 6 months ago. But yeah, I mean, the outside of 33 to 1, they really don't want to get their fingers burnt, do they? There's no one that they really see as unable to go and do the job.
No, they don't. I suppose they know their job better than most of us do. But I think Joe Croft's not bad value there at 9 to 1. I know Joe quite well, and I know that he feels that he likes playing here. We haven't seen him string it together game after game yet, but when we do, he's a dangerous player. So 9 to 1 might be a little worth a flutter. And
as always, if you are going to have a bet, please gamble responsibly. It's 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org. Right, the opening match is about to get underway. Gary Stone against Marvin van Velzen. And today, joining Scott Mitchell in commentary will be Jack Garwood, who spoke to Marvin a little earlier on.
Marvin, welcome back to the Live Lounge here in Portsmouth. How are you feeling about another week of action here on the South Coast?
Yeah, lovely to go back, and really excited to play again.
Yeah, obviously you've had a brilliant 2024, capped off by winning the Benelux Open to qualify for this. How are you feeling about that tournament?
Yeah, the tournament went really well. I could also qualify with the Dutch ranking, but this tournament was before, and so I won that one, and amazing to get over the line with that tournament.
It's not the only success you've had this year. You have won a Super Series season here as well. Do you think that experience sets you apart from the rest of your competitors in Group A?
Yeah, definitely. I feel very comfortable on the stage also, and lovely to play here. And it's also the experience of playing big games on the stage in here, and that feels amazing.
Yeah, you're one of the youngest in this group, but actually you've probably got more experience than most up on that stage. Do you think that will be a benefit this week?
It's pretty funny, isn't it? But it is a benefit, and everyone who's plays this week has qualified by another way. So it's going to be a tough week, but very excited to play here.
And obviously, because of the format, slightly different target this week in just making sure you're in that Final Four on Saturday?
No, I'm just thinking step by step, just going through to the Saturday, and then if I play on Saturday, then the goals are to Sunday. So my goals are now first to reach the Saturday and then going on to Sunday, and not just thinking about Sunday now.
Well, we wish you all the best of that, Marvin.
Thank you.
Welcome to Portsmouth and the Live Lounge this morning on Monday morning. Yes, we know it's 9 sleeps till Christmas, but that's a way away. We want you to come and watch the darts with us here, live on Pluto TV, because we're bringing you the ADC Global Championship Week 2. If you joined us last week, you'll know all that's happened, and we've got 4 qualifiers already to the finals on Sunday. We now have 12 more this week trying to get their name on that list. Gary Stone from Larkhill, the Scotsman, he's qualified here through the UK rankings at number 2 to get here. And Marvin van Velzen, those of you that joined us before will know that he's had some good runs here during the Super Series. He qualified through winning the Benelux Open champion. So these are the 2 that open up the proceedings this morning on week 2. There's your referee, Paul Hinks. He's with us for the week as well. And I'm for one looking forward to this week. If it's half as exciting as last week, we've got ourselves a good week, haven't we, Jack?
Yeah, indeed. I was fortunate enough to be reffing the majority of last week, including the final. And I was going to say I'm glad to give my voice a rest, but Gary So just banged it a 180. There was hundreds of 180s last week. What a start.
Yeah, there were many 180s last week. Over 200, I think, in the week. So it shows the standard of these global qualifiers.
57.
Most of them were hit by a man with very similar fashion sense to Gary Stone. He looks very similar to Daryl Pilgrim's playing shirt.
I think there's a few X's different on the labels probably, but
100.
Yes, I do agree. It's a very similar shirt to what Pilgrim was wearing last week, but Gary Stone, one of those players that
59.
He's been around for quite a while, and you expect him to have maybe won a little bit more than he does with the talent that he has.
Yeah, I was taking a look back at Gary's record here, and It's not as good as it perhaps should be for a player of his caliber, but I think that applies to Gary's game as a whole as well. I had a look at Lakeside. Don't get me wrong, many people beaten by Paul Lim, but if you look at the level that Gary Stone's producing
95.
here, there, and everywhere, that's not a game you expect him to drop at the Lakeside.
No, not at all. And I've actually had a word with him a little bit about it this morning, about the Lakeside and kind of what happened. And he said it wasn't anything to do with Paul
99.
Lim's
Got to
paces.
count
He just didn't feel
110.
comfortable on the throw there from the time he threw. So he's got 110 here, 72. Brain freeze on a Monday morning for Gary Stone, which we can all understand.
We've all been there.
86.
He goes down the
Marvin
48
O'Connell,
route, so
126.
leaves himself 24.
Marvin with a chance to steal this first leg, really. Positive start from Gary with the 180, but treble 19 for a shot at the bullseye for Marvin to kick off week 2 in style. Oh, what a start from Marvin Van Velsen. That's why he's won a series here at the Super Series
Second
before,
Marvin
and he's
to
bringing that
first.
form straight
Game
in
on.
to the ADC Global Championship.
Absolutely naughty. Just filth that is to steal that like that. Stone opens up with a 180 and you think, wow.
140.
I know it's leg 1 Monday morning, Scott, but is that the sort of moment that goes straight into Gary Stone's head and goes, here we go
134.
again
again in this venue?
It could well be, you know, he's, like you say, it was only a... He said to me this morning that he feels happy that he's sort of got a chance to put the Lakeside stuff
57.
behind him by having this before Christmas. And like you say, that is not the start that he was wanting. That would have been a very
100.
different conversation, I think, had he known that was happening to him.
When you look at a group like this as a player, and we looked at the pre-tournament odds, and these two were very high up in those, is this a game you
96.
target first thing going, get me off to a really positive start?
I do, absolutely. I look at a group and I would, when I come here and go, oh, here's me danger men,
140.
him and him. Not that everybody isn't, but you know who's going to be the more consistent danger men. And you target and think, if I'm playing in Group A, I've got to beat them twice out of 3. And that's the way you have to look at it, I think.
125. Got to count 127.
Where's that cheeky Paul Hinks smile? There it is. He loves the 127. What a legend that man is.
Absolutely.
55.
No,
Marvin
no
O'Connell,
disrespect
83.
intended, but he's my favourite 180 caller of all time. I love his 180.
He's my favourite 180 caller of all time, and I do it for a job, Scott. Another bullseye.
45. Gary O'Connell, 72.
That's where you get the sarcastic good leave in the pub, isn't it? But Gary Stone with a chance to level up and break straight back. Wants a dart tops.
52.
Drags it a bit low.
Marvin
Marvin,
O'Connell,
will he split
38.
this, Scott, do you think?
I don't know. I don't think he knows at the minute. I think he's going straight at it.
$22. Gary O'Connell, 20.
Doesn't pay off this time. Stone for double 10. Chasing up to double 5 now. And he's gone inside. That will hurt
16.
early doors. A chance
Marvin
to get the break
O'Connell,
straight
16.
back. And gives Marvin Van Velsen 3 darts at double 8 for a 2-0 lead.
Gary Stone is not happy with himself at all. We are only one leg in. We haven't even completed the second leg, and I'm kind of questioning:
Game shot on the second leg. Marvin
is he
Van
putting himself
Velsen.
off here? Is he stopping himself?
Third leg, Gary to through first. Game on.
He's a bit more gurning from Gary.
The man that did beat him at Lakeside, Paul Lim, not renowned for
60.
being the world's fastest player, but at least his pace is consistent. Do you think he's getting a little bit frustrated already with Marvin, who is quite a rapid thrower, but actually when it comes to those big moments, will give himself that extra 5 or 10 seconds to set himself like we saw on those last 2 checkout attempts?
Possibly. Maybe Marvin's watched Paul Lim and seen what he thought
45.
might help him. We know the Dutch players are master tacticians
140.
about how they use the board, but they are also very clever how they watch other people use the board also. So Could be a little bit of that involved here, but I don't think Marv's doing anything different than he usually does.
100.
The very first time we saw him in this building, he didn't have that pause element in his game, but actually since he's added it, he's become far more of a threat. And I don't believe it's
121.
there to put his opponent off. I think it's right, this is a big moment, centre myself, get myself ready for it. And you're not renowned as the quickest player in the world either, Scotty, but you do very similar.
Absolutely, I think so. I think you're absolutely right. I think it's the same as me. You do it for yourself. It's about your setup and about your pace. It's
59.
not really done to put another player off. And I think if it does put another player off, then that's unfortunate. Just in case Marvin gets hungry, a nice little.
171.
What are they called? Candy chains, aren't they?
I have never, ever seen that in my life. Marvin normally has the largest watch you've ever seen in your life on his left hand. He's decided to trade it in for a candy bracelet.
135.
He's obviously left his watch at home or something and feels that he needs something on his wrist. And
I'm not sure that gets anywhere near the weight of his watch usually.
well, he just needs to put another 4 of them on there then, doesn't he?
Won't go this time. A chance for Gary Stone to get a leg on the board
24.
via double 12. And then we have it, a holder throw for Gary Stone. Gets himself into this match, although he is still trailing 2-1
Marvin, you're
to
through
the
first.
Dutchman.
Game on.
He really is putting himself through the ringer in this first game, isn't he, Gary? Going through the full range of emotions. And it is only 10 to 10 on Monday morning.
$95.
Yeah, the look on his face. I did mention it was going to only 9 sleeps till Christmas, and I think he's going to feel every single one of them while he's down here in Portsmouth. Yeah.
136.
Finds himself trailing here in leg 4. Positive
81.
start from Van Veltzen with the darts. Wouldn't put it past him finding another 2-treble visit here.
But we have seen
133.
Marvin improve so much. It's just a meteoric rise due to this place. When he came here, he
100.
was quite
Marvin
an inexperienced
92.
dart player, and I've known Marvin for a lot of years since he was a youth player in Holland and seen him in the Dutch Open youth stuff. And
Game on the 4th leg. Marvin van Velzen.
he knew he could go that way because Gary
Gary
Stone was
first. Game on.
back on 225, but he's doing things now that I've not seen him do. And it's really only been the last few months that it's been happening. And, this place has turned him round. He's given him confidence, that weekly win, and
Series win.
then that went on to being a series win. And like you say, it's just
100.
turned him into a much better player. And as I said at the top of the show, you come to a venue where you know you love playing and you have really good memories and you've won. And you do as a player, you enjoy coming through the door. And once you've got that, you know, you're not opening the dart case and looking at the darts thinking, oh, no, I'm not here again. You're thinking, oh, yes, baby, let's get these darts out. I play well here.
It's not just here, though, either, is it? Like, we've seen him win the Benelux Open. He's clearly playing a lot of ADC events on the continent over in Europe. And we've seen him on the development tour as well. Marvin is one of those players
81.
who is really benefiting from the boom in amateur darts at the moment.
Yeah, I agree. But I think the ADC as a whole are benefiting from that, really.
58.
I think there's a place, all the organisations that we have at the moment, there's a place for them all. And I think it's down to you as a player to work out which
100.
system works for your lifestyle, because they all work in different ways. And I think we're going to see the ADC sort of grow and go from strength to strength. And
90. Galioka 80.
they'll be refining things as time goes on, like this with this global championship. The qualification, that will probably change as they work out the rights and the wrongs. And
60.
I think it's a massive addition to be able to get the global championship here and get it on TV for the players. I think it's marvellous. And now that
98.
we're linked with Pluto
Galioka
TV as
20.
well, it's a superb platform for the ADC.
A big darting audience for a big darting event. A big dart here for Gary Stone.
15.
He drags it inside on that double
Marvin
five
Yuka,
again. He will not
110.
be looking at that segment throughout the day with much joy if it carries on there. But Marvin with a chance to win the match with another ton plus checkout. Should go treble 18. No good this time, and Stone with a chance.
50.
Coming back at
Gary
five.
Yuka, 5.
Awkward little one this can be, Scott.
Yeah, but if he gets it, he's right back in the match, and he's really...
Game
There
shot
we
on the
go.
fifth
It's a
flag. Gary
nice
Stone.
finish. He just slots it to the left of the first dart.
6 flag Marvin to through first. Game
He's
on.
right back in the game here, and he's just saying, I'm not going away. I've not played very well, but I'm not going away either.
Awkward, of course, because of the way his darts stand up as well. Once that one's in, you saw that
135.
first dart to it, left the space to the left, but actually it did sit up a little bit. It blocked off half the bed for Gary. Really, really good dart to get him back into this contest.
97.
He is now chasing Van Velzen with the darts, though, and that is not something you want to be doing on a Monday morning. It's not something you want to be doing any day in this building.
No, and like we were saying about his development,
100.
this is one of the things that he's developed. He really is difficult to beat on his own throw, and
100.
I know every player has probably got this Sunday afternoon finals on their radar because the length of the games in the finals, it's best of 11 for the
99.
quarterfinals, best of 13 for the semi-finals, and then the final is best of 17. So everybody prefers to play a longer game, and you get into a
140.
longer game.
Marvin
and-
Yuka, 167.
but they've got to get to Saturday night first. There's you've got to get through the group to the Saturday night. Then you've got to get through the group Saturday night to make the semi-finals. And then you've hit the golden ticket for the last 8. And then you're in with a shout for
139.
picking
Gary
up
Yuka, 164.
that glorious trophy that we keep seeing in the studio.
It is very, very nice. Stone won't take the 164, which means Van Velzen's coming back for 28 to wrap up the first points of this Group
124.
A.
Marvin
Lovely
Yuka,
setup from
28.
Stone, applies the pressure, but Marvin 3 in hand at double 14 for the first points on the board.
Game shot on the match.
And there it is.
Marvin Van Velzen.
It's a win for Marvin Van Velzen. He takes our first match of the day. The favourite for the group. Just says he's having a little think about it. But yes, the favourite for the group has not failed to produce in this first game. Good averages there. 91.47 for Van Velzen. 4 from 9 on the doubles. If you look across to Gary Stone, 89, not a bad average, but 2 from 10 was where his problems were. We're going to head into a short break. And when we return, we will return with Donny Shearwater taking on Adam Mould. Yeah, welcome back to the live lounge. And as you can see here in Portsmouth this week, we're playing week 2 of the ADC Global Championship. If you've just joined us, you will have missed the first game, which was Marvin Valvelsen beating Gary Stone 4-2. And this one we have Adam Mould, the 36-year-old from Aylesbury. He qualified through the UK ranking at number 3. And Donny Shearwater came through the Dutch Darts Tour on the ADC side. And
First leg, Donny to through first.
so we're looking forward
Game on.
to another tidy match. I've not seen much of Donny, but I've seen a lot of Adam Mould, and he's quite a determined character here. And one thing I will say,
134.
what lovely hair he has today. His hair is usually all over the place, like he's been dragged through a hedge backwards. So he's obviously taken this TV tournament
62.
very seriously indeed.
Full of the compliments this morning, you, Scott. First of all, the shirt, different sizes between Stoney and Pilgrim, and now Adam Mould's haircut.
81.
Well, to be fair, if it goes to a court of law, it's fact. So I'm okay. That Mouldy and I are good mates, so he won't mind that.
40.
He's a good lad, is Adam. I walked here to the venue with him from the car park this morning. Feeling good.
140.
And despite the slight difference in format and the ambition being to get yourself through to Saturday and then
60.
make
Donny
the
O'Carr,
final 4 on Saturday, the
146.
aim very much for this group, for Adam, was Group B minimum, as a lot of players target when they come in here in a regular Super Series week.
Yeah,
100.
Group A is a tough one to sort of go too far. I think you have to target either winning the group or, second case scenario, head into Group B. We know that Group B here, those regulars
46.
that watch know that it's sort of 3 from 2. It's 3 go through and 2 miss
28.
out. So it's the easier group, although there's less games. So it does make it slightly difficult in other ways. But Donny Shearwater here
59. Donny O'Carr,
started very well
18.
indeed. Couple of darts at a double already.
Getting shot in the first leg.
Opted to
Donny
split
Shearwater.
and nails a double 4 for a first leg on that stage. Settled really, really nicely into
Second
that
leg,
leg,
Adam to
Scott.
through first.
Yeah,
Game
very
on.
much so. I actually saw him outside with his sat-nav on trying to find the place this morning. And
96.
he was stood outside looking at the place as if to say, is this it? And yeah, it's in there, mate. On your way.
I have that
So,
same issue when I order breakfast.
81.
So, yeah. I don't know whether it's me or you, but maybe he's used to warmer weather. but
140.
I need my thick woolly socks on here in Portsmouth. We're so close to the sea and it's a bit drafty.
You look for the
140.
2 t-shirt, 0 socks look. I rate it.
Yeah, I don't know. It might not be 0 socks. It might be, trainer socks and we just can't see them.
Good counting from
133.
Adam. Tees up the 132, which is more than we could say for the last leg after he found himself on 159.
98. Adam O'Carr,
And it is 6 darts
132.
for Adam Mould from the 132.
$60.
How much pressure can Donny apply to the 72 from Adam? Goes wayward on his second dart.
98.
Recovers with
Adam
a
O'Carr,
third, but it's 72 for Adam to level this match up at 1 apiece.
$32. Donny O'Carr, 84.
And with that wayward dart at tops, Donny gets the chance at a 2-0 lead.
Getting shot on the
Clean
second leg,
as a
Donny
whistle
Shearwater.
from Donny Shearwater, someone who we've not seen on this stage before, but
Third
he's
leg,
settled
Donny
into
to
life
reverse.
here in Portsmouth very, very comfortably and is 2-0 up against a very,
on.
very experienced campaigner here in the live lounge, Scott.
Yeah, I'm sort of quite excited by this young man already. In the couple of legs that I've seen,
180.
he's he right on cue hit a 180 for me there. That was very good of him. But
57.
yeah, I'm you know, we know that the Dutch darts tour is taking shape in the ADC form over there. We know that the ADC is starting
100.
to grow in Europe as a scene, and if we keep finding players like Donny Shearwater, then what a great thing
180.
the Euro Tour is going to be. And the European aspect of the ADC, it's John Locken out there running it. Keep finding these sorts of players, John. They're lovely to watch.
60. Daniel Carr 81.
But looking through some of his results on that Dutch tour of the ADC, beaten by some familiar names
41.
here in the past. A quarter-final loss to James Van Bessian, someone we've seen here before. We've also seen results against Johan Brouwer, Jimmy Van Schie. Like, these are regular darters here
100.
at the
Daniel
live
Carr
round
40.
when we play the regular Super Series. But Donny's contending with them
Being shown
day
in
in, day
third
out,
leg,
and he's
Johnny
really
Shearwater.
contending. With Adam Mould here, 3-0 to the good. He goes
Both leg Adam
in
to
his
third
opening
first.
match here,
Game on.
and he's looking good for 2 points on debut in week 2 of this ADC Global Championship.
I can't believe in
60.
the betting odds he was about 33 to 1 for today, and right at the bottom I think those are going to be shortened massively
140.
after this performance. Obviously, begambleaware.org
43. 134.
Grouping is lovely.
$100.
Averaging 106 as it stands on debut, Scott. 3 from 5 on the double so far. This is a really polished performance. Or it was,
24.
until I started mentioning that. I've done it. I finally cursed someone as a commentator.
83.
That is a life ambition.
Well done. I think you've been sat in the seat about 20 minutes. Quality from you there. You're same as the rest of us now.
82.
It's just like something you have to have as in your commentating repertoire.
Leaves 1-2-1 after 12. Adam's making a bit of a mess of this
63.
setup.
Johnny
Recovers with the
O'Carroll,
final dart, but it
121.
is 1-2-1 for Donny Shearwater to take the match. Should go 11s. Now for the bullseye.
77.
And what I like
Adam
there,
Carr,
he didn't even entertain going for the
152.
treble 11. It was like, I've got the confidence to hit the ball here. So, Mouldy to save it. Not to be.
96. Daniel Carr,
Teasing
44.
up 3 more then for Donny from 44. Will he go 4? No, 12 for double 16 is his MO.
12.
And just
Adam
outside
O'Carroll,
again, that double
56.
percentage is taking a bit of a hit as Adam Mould gets a chance to stick his foot in the door and just remind Donny, he won't have things all his own way. Double 10 now.
46. Daniel Carr, 32.
Wayward from Adam, and you expect the way he's played so far, Donny Shearwater to
Being
pick up
shown
his
in the match,
first
Donny
points of the
Shearwater.
ADC Global Championship, and that is exactly what the young Dutchman does. A really accomplished performance on debut from Donny Shearwater here in the Global Championship. He ends with a 95.43 average and a 4-0 win over Adam Mould. 4 from 9 on the checkouts as well. Adam Mould, just an 83 average from him, 0 from 3 on the doubles. When we return, we'll see Ivan Springborg Poulsen taking on James Weldon.
Yeah, you join us back in Portsmouth here at the Live Lounge for the ADC Global Championship Week 2. And if you have only just joined us, you missed Game 2, and that was Danny Shearwater beating Adam Mould 4-0. And a surprise result from the ADC Dutch Darts Tour winner. This one sees us now moving on to Ivan Springborg Poulsen, age 62 from Slangerup in Denmark. He takes on James Weldon, the 36-year-old from Wigan. He qualified through the UK ADC UK ranking at number 5. And another interesting game when the guys haven't had a game yet today, but very impressive game from Donny Shearwater in the last one. And
First leg, Ivan to through first.
that shows us all we've got to be careful who we watch and who we don't. And could Ivan do something similar here?
Yeah, these two would have been sat in the practice room taking a lot of confidence from that performance that Donny's just produced on debut.
44. 58. 43.
You just want to get in there and hit your first treble 20 and feel
59.
nice and settled in your first match, and then try and get that first double and get yourself over the line and win a leg. And that's what you
60.
kind of need to do.
$125.
Poulsen there showing he's a bit of a novice on TV, heading the wrong way and blocking the cameras a little. When playing on TV, it tends to be the safest way is to take the dart. If you're a right-hander, take the darts out with your left hand, and then you naturally turn right
59.
towards the marker. If you turn left, you provide all sorts of problems for directors and production and camera
84.
operators and all sorts. So hopefully we've had that one out of the way from Poulsen, and he'll be reminded probably when he goes back in the back room by the players' marshal.
Does it take some getting used to that? Because typically, a player that's not played on TV, that would play in a pub league or wherever you, they'll just
90.
seek the
David
side
Carr,
that's got
60.
the most space to get out of the way. But obviously, this one is dictated to by the camera positions.
40.
Yeah, it is difficult because, I mean, sometimes, like you say, you just naturally head to the most space when you're playing in the pub games. Just wait here and see what... Oh, nicely finished.
Ivan Springborg Poulsen.
Nicely finished.
Second leg,
I'm
James
going to
is
just call him
first. Game
Ivan,
on.
otherwise I'm going to run out of sort of... And then I'll just be spitting everywhere in here
96.
otherwise. So I'll call him Ivan. But a good settling for... It was nice to settle. Nice to settle for Ivan.
131.
4-5 can be nervy enough, but when it's for your first leg on that stage,
85.
just means that little bit more.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more.
81.
I have been out to the Denmark Open a few times, and Scandinavian darts is another one that's on the up. And if they're now including ADC within their tour, I think that's a good thing for the ADC to take in that
100.
region.
Seen plenty of success in this building from players from that region. Andreas Harrison,
45.
to name just one. Disadvantage Ivan against the darts here in leg 2.
59.
Tees up the baby fish.
45. Ivan Ukar, 130.
Got the counting right, got the execution wrong. Tried to use the ball to leave the 170, but Ivan with 6 darts from 130 may end up on double 5 once again, or would have if
44.
he'd hit both the trebles.
$64. Ivan Ukar,
Would have wanted a
86.
bit more or a bit less to be coming back to after that 130. But 18 for the bullseye. Didn't even entertain the treble.
61.
It was a half-hearted attempt at the double, I think. Treble here would leave the ball.
On the second leg, James
Second
Weldon.
time we've seen the 1-2-6 this morning already. We saw it in game 1 with Marvin Van
Further
Velzen.
Guyman through first.
James
Game
Weldon,
on.
welcome to the party. That's going to give him a lift, isn't it?
100%. And like I said, it's only game 3 and that's the second time we've seen that finish so
131.
far.
It's a nice single and double combination on the same number to get yourself a dart or something to win. We see a lot of people go that way with the 116 now,
100.
don't we? And go from there up to double top.
180.
First maximum of the game goes to James Weldon. And he does almost look like a different player after that finish, Scott.
95.
Yeah, it
Flowing
can happen.
really nicely now.
Can happen as a player. Can happen. Just something happens and it gives you a bit of a
100.
lift, a spark. It likes the blue touch paper, and that's exactly what's happened there for Weldon. Now he's threatening the
59.
springboard
James
pulse and
Ricard,
throw.
90.
And he could do it with an 11 dart leg. Will have to be 12 now. A dart at the bullseye once again.
45. Ivan Nakar,
Bullseye's getting plenty of use so
116.
far this morning. Ivan won't need it.
82. James Ricard, 45.
Will he return for the lesser spotted double 17? Weldon though
James
for
on
a
the
breaker
third leg,
throw.
James Weldon.
Pins double 20. Takes the lead 2-1.
Fourth leg, James to through first. Game on.
Ivan was giving the scoreboard a bit of a stare. Do we think he knew he left double 17 in the end there, Scott?
I'm not so sure he did.
100.
I think he thought he left 32.
$81.
Chance now, though, for James Weldon to really assert his dominance in this game. 2-1 up, break a throw. Throw in
100.
to extend that to a two-leg cushion. You can forgive both players for a nervy opening leg that pulls someone on
45.
that double 5, but since then, it's basically been all James.
Yeah, it sure has. And
97.
James from a darting family. James's dad, Gary Weldon, I can remember from back in the day, in the early 2000s, being at PDC World Championships.
42.
And of course, they started last night, didn't they, with Luke Humphreys getting past another from here. Thibaut Tricot.
41.
Comfortable win for Luke last night, and he did enough, didn't he? Because that's such a difficult game for the defending champion at that tournament. It's come in, you're playing somebody who's already warm, and actually, the next time he plays again is after
16.
Christmas. It's basically a one-off game, and then his tournament starts for him after Christmas, doesn't it?
Yeah, I can tell you what it's like to go back as a champ. It
93.
is the most nervous game you ever play. And it's a strange feeling because you take the trophy back as well then. So you kind of realise what your year's
59.
been all
Yep,
about,
James
and you
Ricard,
then go and
70.
give it away. And back to the organisers. But yeah, so that's a strange moment. It's all part of the process.
50.
Not to be this time for Weldon.
$60.
Paulson
James
leaves a
Ricard,
finish
20.
in the end, but it is a big one, and Weldon with a bit of time here on his hands.
James
Pins
Shaw, the
double
fourth
10
leg, James
for the
Weldon.
3-1 lead. Two-leg cushion for the Englishman.
Fifth
We'll be
leg,
looking
Ivan
to
to
wrap
through
this one
first.
up
Game on.
pretty sharpish.
Yeah, always difficult for a sibling of a former player to come into the same game. Some
55.
kids sort of detest the fact that your father's constantly getting mentioned every time you get a dart out by old guys like me.
85.
I know for my kids, one loves it, one hates it. So one sort of doesn't play so much darts because of it, because it keeps coming up all the time every
45.
time they walk into a darting room. So yeah, well, I know both sides of the coin on that. Not always
98.
easy.
Yeah, we'll see another player with that family darting connection later in the week in Joe Croft. coming into Group
122.
B, where he'll be joined by Charlie Martin and John Desramo. Group C this week, Shane Hayward, James Bailey, and Devon Peterson.
And don't forget, we are on
60.
Pluto TV. Download the Pluto TV app to your smart device, your TV or your phone or your
97.
iPad or whatever smart device you've got. Because eventually the
60.
Super Series and the stuff from the live lounge here will be phased out on your YouTube channels. And it's much better to watch it on Pluto TV without us going to an advert when somebody's going for a winning double,
130.
as you've seen on YouTube. So do go into 2025 with your
85. Ivan Ukar,
Pluto
52.
TV app and take in some more darts action from the live lounge here.
Game shot on the
Simple. It's in.
Ivan Springbok Poulsen.
We've all been there, Mr. Hinks. We've all been there. It's Ivan Springbok
James to
Poulsen
throw
pinning
first.
double
Game on.
tops. Who now trails 3 legs to 2. Weldon with the throw down. We'll be looking to get this one wrapped
135.
up. Open to the 2-show will visit.
Well, Springbok Poulsen didn't get upset over that. He kind of smiled. I suppose it's worse
81.
if they say that it's in and then you get there and it's not. But yeah, there was a smile from Paul Hinks there as well.
54. $81. $45.
Up, says James, as his third dart drags a little bit low. Still got the advantage for now.
56. $85.
Started going a little bit ragged now, Scott. A few more drifting into the 5.
There's a bit more body movement in there in the welding throw.
180.
And that's put him under all sorts of pressure as well now. Springbok Poulsen with that 180.
105. Ivan Ukar, 103.
Uses the ball nicely to leave a single, double combination. Ivan can't take the 103
55.
though, and Weldon will come
James
back
Ukar,
for this
77.
77 to join the Monday morning winners circle, which
James
is exactly
Shotterman,
what he
James
does
Weldon.
in 2 darts. James Weldon, a 4-2 victor over Ivan Springbok Poulsen in our final match of the first round of fixtures here to start this global ADC Global Championship Group A campaign. James finishing with an 82 average, 4 from 7 on the outer ring, which is really impressive, 57%, and that second 126 checkout of the day. Ivan Springbok Poulsen going down with a 79 average and 2 from 5 on the checkouts. When we return, we'll be back again once more with some more dart in action. Marvin van Velsen taking on Donny Shearwater.
Yeah, welcome back here on Monday morning to the live lounge in Portsmouth. And this week we're playing the ADC Global Championship, and it's week 2. And if you just joined us, game 3, we saw James Welding getting the better of Ivan Springborg Poulsen from Denmark 4-2. We now go on to game 4, and it's 2 of the winners from the first block of matches. We have Marvin Van Velzen taking on Donny Shearwater. And Van Velzen, well, he probably didn't surprise us with his 91 average in the first game and a 4-2 win over Gary Stone, but we can't say the same for Donny Shearwater. He had a fantastic debut match in game 2, beating one of the favourites for the group, Adam Mould, 4 legs to 0, and he had a 95-4-3 average. What a debut for him here at the Live Lounge. It's not often we see players jump up on that stage and hit the ground running like that, is it, Jack?
And not look so comfortable doing so either. Really, really impressive performance from Donny. Surprising almost from not knowing that much about him. But I think the most surprising thing of the day so far is the only player yet to hit a maximum is Marvin.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, that's not Marvin's way. He is a 180 hitter, is Marvin. So
45.
It is a surprise that he hasn't yet. But it's only game 1. He won't be worried about how many 180s he's got. It's all about the points on the table. And
60.
Is that another you don't write averages on the trophy?
I was just going to say that. No, not at all. Yeah, but I know what you're saying. Yeah, it is.
95.
It is one of those. And I
18.
just got a bit quiet because I want to watch this Donny. I think he's exciting to watch. Away he goes again, and he's sort of right there on the finish after 12. And if you can keep doing that,
Donny O'Carr, 161.
you're always going to give yourself chances against the darts at some point.
On a finish after 12, but it may need to go. Van Velzen's left 20.
65. Marvin O'Carr, 20.
Uses the ball nicely. Leaves himself a 2-darter should he return. But Marvin finished pretty nicely in his opening encounter, 4 from 9. You don't expect to get too many chances against this man
10.
in this building. But he offers 1 up in the opening leg to Donny Shearwater right now.
Yeah, perhaps he knows more about Donny than we do. Cheeky.
58.
I like it.
10.
That's one of those that still catches you out a little bit as a referee. You know it's a combination. You know double-double's a thing, but then you're like, they're not actually going for it, are they? Surely.
As an old guy, I just watch it and go, oh, you kids. And then when they beat you on it, you go, oh, I got away with it. Hadn't been for you meddling kids.
We won't talk age differences in this comms box today, Scott. I'll be nice.
You're very kind.
10. Marvin O'Carr, 10.
The leg started really nicely between these two. Scoring power there to be seen, leaving finishes after 12, but they made a bit of a mess of the finishing stages. Van Velzen goes inside on that 5-5 once again.
6. Donny O'Carr, 28.
Donny Shearwater back for 14. A we're seeing used a lot more in the game in the last 5 to 10 years. Mentor Sulevic has some.
No score. Marvin O'Carr, 4.
I'm not sure how that didn't go in. But yeah, absolutely right. Mentor sort of brought that double to the 4 in the more recent years, and everybody's seen as, oh, hang on a minute there, yeah, that's a decent alternative. You see people going 57 on 85 now, and
Game shown the first leg, Marvin Van Velzen.
Marvin holds his hands up to say sorry, but then you were there first, Marv, so I don't think you have to apologise for anything, and you wouldn't catch me apologising winning a leg, I can tell you. But that's old school.
You say that, but I
67.
specifically remember Chris Mason sitting here going, you shouldn't do this, you shouldn't do that, you never apologise. And then the week that he won here as a player, he did absolutely everything that he sits here telling people not to do.
60.
Leave our mace out of it. Yeah, no, look, it's funny when you sit here. I think you would just
45.
react to whatever comes natural at the time and what's in your head at the time. So it's something I try not to do. No, I was trying to win the leg. I'm not going to let you know that I'm happy to win a leg I shouldn't have done. I feel that you should win every leg as a dart player.
60.
You notice that when people talk about games perhaps that they've lost, when I go, oh, I should have won it, I missed this double and I did this and I did that. They never talk about the number of doubles that their opponents missed in those legs at the same time, do they?
135.
No, it's a very valid point and one always made by a non-dart player.
45.
I'll say no more. You'll get there, Jack. I promise. We'll get you the tuition.
I won't. Those that can't play, referee.
99.
Marvin leaves a finish after 12 once again. There's absolutely nothing wrong with his scoring power,
95.
despite the fact he still is
107.
yet to hit that elusive maximum so far today. Will the finishing go a little bit nicer in leg 2?
87.
Not yet. And it was this exact
85.
score after this
I'm
many
gonna count
darts in the
20.
previous leg that got him into trouble, Scott.
Yes, it was indeed. And he hasn't learned, or I smile. He's thinking about two-ing it up, but he hasn't got
10.
the opportunity to two it
Johnny
up.
O'Carr,
And this is what I
104.
find with players that do love to two it up, like Stephen Bunting, twos it up all the time. And there are some situations where you can't two it up, so you just got to go for it.
96. Marvin
So you've
O'Carr,
got to learn
10.
how to win it anyway.
Still not opting to split, going straight at this double five. Well, like I said, it caused him a
Game
number of
shot on the
issues
second leg.
in the
Marvin
previous leg.
Velvet.
This time, though, he does pin it for the
Sterling Marvin is in
2-0
first.
cushion.
Game on.
Yeah, we won't give you the percentages of Marvin Van Velzen's doubling on double five because it won't be very good. And yet he's 2-0 up and shouldn't have a care in the world.
Just takes a moment to prepare himself ahead of leg 3. Has the advantage of throw here.
70. $46.
As impressive as Donny was in his opening encounter, Scott, it's not quite been a repeat performance from him so far in this one. The scoring's been
87.
okay, giving himself an outside chance at the opening 2 legs. We've seen him miss a few darts as well, but that's basically been because Marvin's
79.
given him those opportunities.
Yeah, and with both of them hitting sort of 90-plus averages in the first one, we really thought this one could be the one that gets the day absolutely going
60.
and making the other 4 in the back room sort of stand up to attention. But it doesn't seem to have been that way. Or maybe they know each other very well and they've played
80.
each other before. That's the only thing that maybe I can think of. And so you then play each other slightly differently.
60. $46. $82. 50.
6 darts in hand for Van
142.
Veltzen from the 142 then. He has already had a ton plus checkout today. He was the first man to hit a 126. Do we think he'd have gone that way if Donny was on a finish?
84.
No danger for Van Veltzen. No, Donny Shearwater still not on a finish. Stuck back on 200 points in the leg. Needs to be careful here.
With some of his setup play, I know that he knows that he's not going to make a mistake here unless he throws it in the wrong place.
45. Marvin O'Carr,
But,
58.
Adam Moult, if he sat in the back room thinking, what on earth is going on with this Donny now?
Game shown the third
Van
leg.
Velzen
Marvin Van
goes
Velzen.
3 zip up.
Fourth leg Donny to through first. Game on.
Shearwater won his first 4 legs on that stage, but he's lost his last 3 and is staring down the barrel of a sizable defeat that would undo a lot of that good work from his opening win against Adam Mould.
80.
Kicks off leg 4 in the perfect manner, though. Finding the red
100.
bit all 3 times.
$100.
That second dart was wild.
Yeah, it was definitely launched, wasn't it? Rather than aimed.
100.
It was, yeah.
$60.
Leaves the 161 after just 9 darts in this leg. Van Veltzen with a 140 can apply some pressure. Put himself on a similar scoreline. That won't happen now, though.
100. Donny O'Carr, 161.
And it is 6 darts from the 161 for Shearwater. Might use the ball.
64.
Leaves 97.
Yeah, ball nicely used. Marvin now looking to pressure that 197.
127. Donny O'Carr, 97.
We'll use double 19 again. Now for tops.
Game
What
shown
a
the fourth
finish
leg,
from Donny
Shearwater.
Shearwater. We saw him attempt the 2 double 19s a little bit earlier on.
Fifth leg
This
Marvin
time he
to
uses
through
double
first.
19,
Game
double
on.
20 to get a foothold into this match. He does still trail Marvin Van Veltzen 3-1. Might need a few more of those combos to get himself back into this contest.
58.
Yeah, and the other thing was when he left 38 before, he tended it up to go for 28. So a very unusual,
60.
very unusual way to go when you've quite clearly sort of hit a 10 to leave 28 in a previous visit. So is he comfortable on it or is he not?
45. $44. $140.
Still yet to hit a maximum is Marvin. I know we said it earlier. It doesn't matter too much. But it is such a big
41.
weapon of Marvin's, and we just haven't seen one yet.
Yeah, it is an interesting weapon of Marvin's, and he's not had to select that one just yet to win games. He's won his first game 4-2, and now he's
88.
3-1
Really
up
good
here.
on him.
Yeah, and he's looking good. It's Donny now stuttering a bit and having to think about where he's throwing.
96.
Doesn't matter too much from 3-5-6 because you couldn't leave a finish anyway, Donny. So it's 6 darts for Van Veltzen. Can he wrap this one up in style? No.
A 170 would
25.
make up for not hitting the 180, but he hasn't hit the 170 either. So,
Well, it's not just the 180s that he's so accustomed to. He is a player that can hit the 174s, the 171s, the 177s. He's not afraid of switching around and making the most of the board. But he's making a bit of a mess of this.
44.
he's overcomplicated things, hasn't he?
160.
6 starts from 170, and he's only managed to score 69 points. And it's brought Donny Shearwater straight back into this leg, because a straight turn
45.
would have
Marvin
applied an
O'Connor,
awful lot of pressure to
101.
Marvin. Instead, he's still got a little bit of a cushion with the advantage of throw for this 101. Leaves tops.
Game shot of the match.
And wraps
Marvin
it up
van Velzen.
with a ton plus finish. Marvin van Velzen showing what he's got in his arsenal with that beautiful 101 finish. Checks his candy watch off as he walks off the stage. But he wraps up a 4-1 victory over Donny Shearwater. Just the 72 average for Marvin van Velzen. That's caused mainly by that 4 from 20 on the outer ring. He won't mind, though, as he picks up another 2 points in this competition. Next up, we'll see James Weldon take on Gary Stone when we return from this quick ad break.
There we go. That is the spectacular trophy that the players are playing for this ADC Global Championship. And what a magnificent trophy it is. And that will be up for grabs on Sunday. Might well be 9 sleeps till Christmas. But somebody will sleep very nicely on Sunday evening when they pick up the grand prize of that trophy and a cheque for £25,000. Yes, you heard me correctly. £25,000. So we come into game 5, and James Welding is taking on
17.
Gary Stone, and Welding won his previous outing against Ivan Springbok Poulsen, and
123.
Looked fairly sharp in that game, but he had to light the blue touch paper
70.
mid-game, and then he went on and won it. Gary Stone really did not perform in the first couple of legs in his first match of the day, and that was game 1 against
96.
Marvin van Velzen. And you could say he was looking a little bit tight with the first game, which can happen. A little
57.
bit nervous in the first game. But he now needs to get his campaign running, and you would think to get back on the scoreboard and a couple of points on the board now, he needs to do before
60.
Van Velzen, who's at the top of the tree on 4 points, gets too far away.
Yeah, we all know how classy and operated Gary Stone
66.
can be, and after dropping that opening match to Marvin van Velzen as well, it's not as if he's got that matchup later to reel in some points. He's got to get going and get going soon, because you cannot give Marvin the opportunity to run away in this Group A. And it looks like Gary's listening to us, Scott, because he's left 42 after just 12 darts. 2 for tops.
22.
Drags it a bit low. He's got a case of the talking to himself already. We saw that a little bit in match number 1.
Yeah, he does tend to do a bit of that. But his scoring is right up there with everybody, and it's just, he's got to get that outer ring bit spot on.
Getting shown the first leg, Gary Stone.
He gets there eventually with the double 5, which can be a bit of a stinky
Second leg,
double.
Gary
We've seen that
reverse.
earlier
Game
with
on.
Van Velzen. Stone breaks through. And now will back himself to hold here in leg 2.
42. $100. 44. 96.
It's quite a strange shaped barrel of dart that Gary Stone uses, isn't it? It's like he can't decide whether or not it wants to be a straight barrel or a bulbous barrel, something that we typically associate with someone
28.
like a John Lowe or a Phil Taylor. And he's just gone for a half and half model.
Yeah, very much so. And I think if you look in the group, Adam Moulds is not
45.
dissimilar. Yeah, strange barrel shape that you don't see lots and lots of.
125.
And there you go. You have 2 in one group with it this week. So we'll keep an eye on how successful they
100.
are in the hands of their owners. I made it sound like the Crufts Dog Show then, didn't I?
132.
I thought we were going to end up on Domino's Pizza when we mentioned half and half.
140. Gary Car 130.
James Weldon nearly had one with all the toppings with the 160, but Gary Stone with a chance to snatch leg 2 away from him.
Game shown on the second
Pins
leg,
it on the
Gary
bullseye,
Stone.
takes out the 130. That one will hurt for James
Well,
Weldon.
they
Misses
changed
the
the
dart at
reverse. Game
tops
on.
for a 160 checkout, and Gary Stone steps in to ensure a 2-leg cushion with a beautiful 130 checkout.
Yeah, James Weldon hit a 126 to ignite the touch
100.
paper, didn't he? The blue touch paper in his game against Ivan Springbok Poulsen, and I I think that 180 will get him going here as
39.
well.
$57.
Does just need to find that spark, doesn't he? Missing the tops of the 160, then firing in that 180. But he does find himself 2-0 behind
60.
to Gary.
$140.
Look to be getting in on the big scoring action himself.
64. $42. James Car 158.
The tongue out from Gary Stone is because he's left a bogey finish.
96.
162 won't go, which gave James Weldon 6 darts from his position. And is it always typical, Scott? You leave a
James
bogey
Car
and that first
62.
dart goes in the treble every single time, doesn't it?
Sometimes there's 2 of them go in the treble.
42. Gary Car 57.
Weldon made a bit of a mess of that 62 though.
Getting shot on the
And
third
it has
leg,
cost him,
Stone.
Gary Stone, despite leaving that 162 bogey finish,
For the Gary
finds
to move
himself
first. Game on.
3-0 to the good.
You can see Weldon having a little chat with himself there over that.
100. $85. $42.
Tough ask this now for James Weldon. A double breaker throw behind. Obviously, he had the darts
96.
in leg number 1.
Yeah, the alarm bells start ringing here once you get a breaker throw and when you get broken,
134.
particularly on such a short format. Something that won't happen on the finals day on Sunday. It's a
96.
slight change of format. Best of 11 in the quarterfinals, best of 13 in the semi-finals, and best of 17 in the final. And players prefer to play that longer format. It gives you time to get in and out of the game, and you can have purple patches, and you can drop off a little bit. So, yeah, the longer formats do suit a lot of the players,
82.
although a lot of them don't play it very often.
I'm quite excited to see that on Sunday. So we've got 4 players already through to that stage. Adam Lipscomb, Andy Bolton, Bradley Brooks and Darryl Pilgrim.
James
Get the winner on
142.
Saturday night, and the one who's going in as the highest ranking seed is Adam, is the one we've seen play over that long
60.
distance the
Gary
least.
Car 40.
Yeah, indeed. So, Gary Stone, all of a sudden, tops to win. Made a bit of a mess of it.
32. James Car 82.
So, Cam Weldon sort this 82, 17 for double top. And he does sort the 82. Couldn't sort the 62 in the previous leg, but definitely sorts out the 82 in that leg. And
game on.
with James, it always seems to be a bit of an effort when he gets down to the double. There's a little bit of more emphasis on the throw, isn't there?
140.
He absolutely flies around the board, though, doesn't he? Do we think that's hindering him a little bit when he gets to that checkout stage?
60.
There's a lot of body movement in the throw of James Weldon. We're seeing...
And I have a theory on these things.
140.
And my theory is that James has been playing since he was a young lad. And when he was a young, short lad, whereas he's an old short lad now. No, when you're shorter in stature and everything, and you're playing as his dad would probably make him play on the proper distance. To reach the distance, you've got to do something different. I mean, we look at Luke Humphreys and he takes the dart right back behind his ear and throws.
57.
And I know he was playing as a youth player because he used to play with my daughter, so in the same county team. So I have a theory, and you can see certain
58.
throws and styles and the reasoning for it, and I think a lot of it is because they've played in either youth ranks or been throwing since a very young age, trying to reach the board.
85. James Car 72.
like an effort ball in cricket. Gives
James
that one a
on
bit
the
more
fifth leg,
effort
James
and
Weldon.
takes tops out. 72 finish for James Weldon, back to 3-2. He's got
Gary
one of those
does
breaks
first.
back,
Game
Scott.
on.
He's got to target that second one right now.
And he's also got to stop allowing himself to go a
97.
few down before he starts playing. He got away with it with the first one. He's doing his best to get away with it here with Gary
57.
Stone, but what happens when you keep playing that kind of get out of jail stuff at 4-3? Eventually
99.
it runs out.
And there's a chance it takes its toll
85.
later on in the week. Obviously, this is a very, very long format if you're not used to it, especially if you don't go on to win Group A. We saw Gemma Hayter last week struggle with her
81.
shoulder towards the end of the competition. What you don't want to be doing is using up energy, stealing 2 points on the Monday
57.
morning or throughout the competition because you're waiting to go 3-0 down before you start playing and then playing 7-leg encounters in virtually every game.
Yeah, you're absolutely spot on, mate. That is exactly
100.
it. And like I say, I might be a world champion in the VDO days, but I've never to this
90.
day, I've never played a
Gary
game as long as that,
124.
ever. And probably never practice session as long as that either. So it is rare.
92.
Teed up nicely from Gary. James needs to pile in a maximum, really, to apply the pressure.
100. Gary O'Carr, 32.
A ton's good, but it isn't quite enough to put the pressure on Gary Stone, who comes back for double 16. Now double 8. Now double 4, chasing around.
28. James O'Carr, 112.
I said that ton wasn't enough pressure, Scott, but maybe it was from James Weldon.
Well, I'm concerned there's a 2 on the end, and he seems to like them when there's 2s on the
56.
end.
Gary O'Carr, 4.
He has failed this time. 82 and 72 had already gone for him, so it's double 2 now for Stone, and that's a blocker. It's not there, Gary. Now he's got to find a way.
No score. James O'Carr, 56.
So it's now times James Weldon, fill your boots.
$46. Gary O'Carr, 4.
Drags it inside. Stone back once again for double 2. We saw him take this finish out in the opening match. And he's done it in exactly the same fashion. The first dart slightly to the right of the bed. The second one in the bottom left. Gary Stone has 2 points on the board in this Group A here at the ADC Global Championship with a 4-2 victory over James Weldon. 81 average for the Scot, 4 from 17 on the outer ring. James Weldon, 2 from 6 on the doubles, just left himself too much to do in the end in that one. We're off for a short break here on Pluto TV, but when we return, we'll be back with Adam Mould against Ivan Springboard Paulson.
Yeah, welcome back to Portsmouth, and it's the amateur dart circuit applying their wares here in their global championship. We are in week 2 here on Pluto TV, and this is the last game in our second batch of matches, and everybody now would have played 2 matches after this one, and the table starts to take shape for the day and the week. And if you just joined us, James Weldon went down 4-2 to Gary Stone just before the break. And in this one we see Adam Mould, who's yet to win, up here on the stage today against
First leg, Adam
Ivan Springbok Poulsen, and he's in the same boat. He hasn't won a match yet today. They are glued at the bottom of the table, but it is early days. Nothing decided here and now, but what we do know is that somebody's
100.
duck has to be broken. Which one will it be? Will it be the man from Denmark in Ivan Springbok Poulsen, who
72.
gained his place here through the Northern Euro Tour on the ADC circuit up round Scandinavia, and
85.
Adam Mould got here through his UK ranking number 3 in the ADC ranking. So which one is going to give?
100.
That's the question. Who's going to get this one done, Jack?
It's a good question, that one, Scott.
140.
You said nothing is won here and now in Group A. It is only match number 6. We're completing our second round of fixtures here on Monday morning. The loser of this game,
63.
the apprehension will start to build a little bit. As long as you stay on 0 points, until you get over that winning line for the very first time, that will start to build and you'll see that
96.
in the performances as the day goes on as well, because you don't want to be the person that ends the day on 0 points.
No, you don't. And us here as commentators, we've seen it on a few occasions that
137.
we don't want to see anybody
80.
end up on that, because then all of a sudden you're really chasing, you're really lurching, your arms really tight for the rest of your games, and you can't wait to get
40.
out of Group A and get into Group B and start on
129.
0 again. I think it is very difficult for the debutants, because this is a very different system and format.
104.
This is a
Adam
very
McCarr,
different
40.
system and format to what we would usually play. We'll just have a look at Mouldy here on double top. Now he's on 10s.
35. Ivan McCarr, 25.
Poulsen started brightly in his opening match, but it did end in defeat.
21. Adam McCarr,
Didn't quite
5.
pick up the first leg so far, and Adam Mould with a chance to return for 5. He might have the same issue we saw with Gary Stone earlier. His darts kick up a little bit.
Getting shown
No
the
such
first
issue
leg, Adam
if
Mould.
you hit the double first time. Adam Mould with the
Second leg,
opening
Ivan was reversed.
leg. I want to take you
Game
back to that format that you were touching on a minute ago, Scott, because it is quite different from what you typically associate darts tournaments with, even just playing in the round robin nature. But
60.
does the fact that the ADC replicate this slightly through their vault system and give you the opportunity to play multiple matches in one night if you go into the vaults prepare you for something like this?
Yeah, I think it
57.
does. I think that was the point I was on my way to when players rudely started going for a double. Anyway, yeah, you're absolutely right. It is very different. It's a different scenario here for most players when they come in a
135.
normal Super Series week, because usually when you've lost in your tournament, you go home. You're not asked to have a little time off, say 1 game or 2 game break,
140.
and then you've lost, and it's different mentally, then come back and try and win again. So with the round robin series, with the vaults that are going on up and down the country during the week with the
100.
ADC, I think it does actually prepare you for this, because whether you win or lose, they're a very short format, best of 3, but you get used to losing games
100.
and getting back up again in 10 minutes time to go and win another one. And that's exactly what this system brings here at the Live Lounge. And I think the one that may be different for
27.
them is the longer legs if you do make the Sunday final. But yeah, you bring up a very good point. I do think that the Volts Weekly do help the players
140.
deal with the situations of here.
Yeah, and if you are interested in playing in any ADC event. Get yourself over to Darts Atlas.
82.
Check out their
Undercard
tournament
64.
page. There is very, very likely a vault in your neighbourhood. Get yourself registered as a member and check out one of their tournaments. Because like we say, lots of darts into
24.
group stages,
Undercard
lots of match
97.
practice. And who knows, you may just end up in this tournament here next year, playing the likes of Ivan Springboard Poulsen, who's bust.
No score.
97. He
40.
drags it into the wrong double 15. And Adam Mod with a chance here for a 2-0 lead,
Getting shot on the
which
second
he
leg. Adam
duly
Mould.
takes.
Yeah, and that's frustrating as a player to bust the
Well, I got him to
97.
first. Game on.
He needs not to do that
57.
again. He needs to use it as a springboard onto the next leg, not let it get him down.
97. What is it? 80.
Mould hits the maximum to regain control of leg number 3 with the darts.
41.
Ivan now looking firmly up against it in this one. The 62-year-old, the oldest man in this field this week, Scott, and last week.
140.
Not quite the oldest man on the stage, though. We'll reserve that for our distinguished referee, Mr. Paul Hinks. He won't thank me for saying that one, but he's got a couple of years on Ivan.
97. Adam Car 124.
Similar hairstyle for Hinks and Springborg. Poulsen, isn't there?
Someone has got a couple of years on both of them, though.
56.
Mr. Bobby George, whose birthday is today. Best wishes from all of us here at the Modus Super Series.
Yeah, happy birthday, Uncle Bo.
26. Adam Car 68.
Wise beyond his years, Uncle Bo. Wise beyond his years.
36.
Time on his hands for Adam Mould. And I mean time, not a candy bracelet like we see on Marvin.
Yeah, proper time.
140.
He comes
Adam
back
Car
for
32.
double 16. Poulsen left himself a 2-darter.
Getting
Opts to
shot on the
move
third
to
leg.
the left
Adam Mould.
and finds the top left-hand corner of that double 16. Adam Mould in absolute
Fourth leg, Ivan
cruise
to through
control in
first.
this one.
Game on.
3 legs to the good.
94. 58.
I do actually have one of these sports watches that tell you how many steps you've walked and everything. And
45.
I was back at work on the farm yesterday, and I did over 12,000 steps again yesterday, and today just
Wow.
teetering, teetering on 3,000 somehow.
What
It's not that big a walk from the studio to the comms box, is it, Sky?
Yeah, we got to bounce up the steps, haven't you? You know, we are commentating at altitude.
55.
I'm not used to this.
57.
Got the counting right, but didn't quite manage to pick up the treble that would have left a finish for Adam Mould. Poulsen
60.
without a treble himself, so it's still comfortable for Adam against the darts here as well. Should get a chance to wrap this match up 4-0 in
100.
the coming moments.
$55. Adam Car 100.
We'll definitely get a chance now because Springboard Poulsen has left 192, so it's 6 darts from 106. He may only need the 3 as he looks at double 16.
74.
Just outside, but like I said, he will be back, Scott.
Yeah, you seem to. I'm getting a feeling now that Adam Mould's game is now
140,
coming to him.
Adam McCarthy.
Seems to be a little more settled. And that
Game shot of the
32
match,
goes to
Adam
prove it. It's a 4-0 win for Adam Mould over Ivan Springborg Poulsen, who's had a baptism of fire on his first visit here, the Danishman, in the live lounge. It's first win on the board, though, for Adam Mould. 87-1-3, 4 from 11 on his doubles. 36%. Most guys are happy with that. Poulsen, 76-1-3 for him, and 0 from 5 on the doubles was where the problems lay with him. We head off into a short break, and when we return, we will bring you Marvin van Velzen taking on James Welding. Welcome back here to the ADC Global Championship, being brought to you live on Pluto TV from Portsmouth. And if you've only just joined us, we've had 6 matches already this morning, and here are your results. It's Marvin van Velzen. He beats Gary Stone 4-2 early doors. Donny Sherwater had a sparkling performance against Adam Mould to win 4-0. James Welding winning 4-2 over our Danish contingent of Springborg Poulsen, and Marvin van Velzen came back and won again 4-1 over his country compatriot Donny Sherwater, and James Welding went down to Gary Stone in Game 5. And Adam Mould, who's just completed a 4-0 win over Ivan Springboard Poulsen. So now we bring you Marvin van Velzen and James Welding. Both won last time out. I know, Gary Stone beat James Welding, sorry. And Marvin's on 2 out of 2 and top of the group as we stand. And he'll be looking to add to that. He is the standout favourite of the group. And at the moment, his numbers are telling us to stay with him. But James Welding, we know,
First leg, Marvin, you're through first.
has a ceiling with his game.
Game on.
It's whether he can get it out here at the moment. He's got to get his head down. And I think all the pack need to reel Marvin van Velzen in if any of them have a chance of being
134.
top of the group come the end of the day.
Yeah, started really nicely in his first game, didn't he, Marvin van Velzen, that 91 average
25.
to beat Gary Stone 4-2. Wasn't the most impressive performance number-wise in his second game against Donny Shearwater, but picked up that 4-0 win. But I guess the worry for the rest of the field is
95.
if Marvin's slightly off it now, you can't expect that to last forever in this Group A. And if he's already building up a points lead over you
39.
all, you're going to have to rein him in sooner rather than later.
Yeah, very valid point, mate. Very valid point indeed. And if you don't get him when he's not doing his good game, you're not going to get him when he's doing his best game because,
60.
you know, he has levels and that's why he's been a weekly champion here in the past and a series winner.
57.
What
he is-
final that was against Jimmy Van Schie as well to pick up the title. I mean, I was fortunate enough to be on stage for that one, and that
76.
night as a whole was just spine-tingling.
Yeah, that was one of the ones I was actually in on a Saturday night that night. And
90.
yeah, I watched that
Marvin
one
Carr,
start to finish. What an
136.
evening that was. And yeah, what a game. And I think, like we say, he showed his levels there, Marvin van Velzen, against Jimmy Van Schie, who's been absolutely dominant in 2024
35.
wherever he's been. And you have to say that was a big turning point in this young man's
58.
starting career,
Marvin Carr,
without doubt.
101.
So he comes back for 101 here.
$49.
Just a reminder, if you want to play in any of these ADC comps, they are out there.
44.
Marvin's here from the
Marvin Carr,
Benelux Open
52.
champion. That's how he qualified. And you too could be here. Just look out for your local ADC stuff.
12.
Weldon's still not on a finish. He is now.
134.
So pressure
Marvin Carr,
applied to this
40.
tops for Van Velzen.
Getting shown the first leg, Marvin van Velzen.
Goes in one. Like we were saying, though, it's not been the most dominant stuff from
Second leg,
Marvin
James
van
is in
Velzen.
first.
If you
Game
drop this
on.
into some of his previous performances, players definitely would have been looking to take advantage of this
51.
slight lapse in form from Marvin. But I take you back to what you said about that finals night and the development that we've seen from Marvin and what a big moment that was. Him and Jimmy Van Schie arrived here at very, very similar
100.
times, and seeing the progress that both have made as a duo, who have been here under the umbrella of the ADC Europe
100.
throughout their time here in Portsmouth as well, just shows that the system is working.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I totally agree. And those that are
100.
coming through the ADC systems wherever they are and getting opportunities to play on this stage, which is a
100.
purpose-built set to 4 players. It's 4 players to play their best possible game, and then we catch the action in with cameras that are placed all over the building.
170.
It is purposely built. Thought that was going to go.
100.
Caught me in mid sentence, and it's a building built for the players to be able to play the best. If you can't play your best here, there is absolutely something wrong.
134.
Lovely
Change of
setup
car
from
70.
Van Velsen. Applies the pressure to this 70 from Weldon, who's definitely a double 20 man. We've seen him
30.
favour that a
Van
lot
Velsen,
throughout his
32.
opening 2 matches. Doesn't go this time though. Van Velsen sets himself up for double 16. Usually so deadly in this corner.
No score. Change of car 40.
I think Van Velzen thought that last one had crept over the top and in, but Welding with a chance.
35. Marvin car 32.
For one that usually doesn't show any emotion in front of another player, I think James gave a bit away there. How disappointed he was not to hit the targets.
$24. Change your car.
Was not
5.
expecting that when Welding went inside. Instead, though, back for the
Game
double
shot on the
2 in
second
the
leg.
end. How
James
many times have we
Welding.
seen that 5 combination today, Scott? Proving pivotal
Third leg
once
Marvin,
more.
your third
James
first,
Weldon
game on.
levelling up at 1 leg all with the group leader so far. The only man to have won both his games, Marvin Van Velsen.
Yeah, that 5,
One
that
of them,
single
40.
one, the single to double combo is the favourite single to double combo today, that's for sure.
36.
Such a nasty little combo as well.
Yeah, top to the bottom of the board, awkward, everything wrong with it. But it's the only real way to go for
85.
5, unless you go the other combo, which is 3 at the bottom of the board to double 1 at the top. So you've really got no big alternative.
140.
But you'll be surprised how many people would rather go for 3 and go back up the top next to double top because they feel that that's more local to where they usually throw.
Well, the other consideration, I guess, and I'm not sure if this applies to your
100.
game or not, but when you are throwing for the 1 to leave the double 2, there's a consideration of this 1 can't block the double bed because
58.
I might have to come back for it on my 3rd dart.
Yeah, very good point. Said like a true referee, as you've watched people block it umpteen times while you were stood next to the board.
140.
I've seen Marvin hit this umpteen times when he returns to the board as well.
40.
Fully expect him to
Marvin
go
Carr,
2 legs
36.
to 1 up here on James Weldon. It's been a dominant leg in the scoring phase. Opts to split it.
20.
And
Yeah,
he's not enjoying that southwest corridor, is he?
No, not a bad idea when Welding's on 227, but
125.
you would want to
Marvin
split to
O'Connor,
somewhere where you've been
16.
a little bit more successful than he has been over on the 8. But you know, as a dart player, I would say if I've missed double 8 4 times, there's no way I could miss it 5, surely. And that's how you feel about it. You try to limit your odds,
8.
but he's
James
just not at
O'Connor,
home on that side of the
102.
board, is he, at the moment?
Just can't get the line right at all. He seems to get the weight right. The scoring visits have been really, really nice, but he's not quite found the
82.
line of his darts
Marvin
just
O'Connor,
yet,
8.
despite the fact he's still a dart away from a 2-1 lead in this leg.
Getting shot on the 3rd leg. Marvin
But he gets there in the
Velsen.
end once again, once his opponent puts him under pressure and says,
4th leg.
wakes
James
him
is
up,
first.
really,
Game
and
on.
says, come on, Marv, let's get and do it. I know
58.
Marvin's brother, Keanu, plays as well. And he's some handy player, so I'm sure there's no brotherly love when they are having these practice sessions, and I would have thought
120.
there's no better thing than having a brother that's, you know, nearly as good as you to practice with.
68.
I've got 3 of them and nowhere near any good as me, Scott.
They must be awful then. Absolutely doggone awful.
135.
Hope you're well and happy Christmas, boys.
57.
No, I've seen you playing here, mate. You're okay. I'd go. You're good. You're fairly good. I think you underestimate yourself a little bit as a player.
140.
But I know you're one of the top referees, so I'll give you that.
86. Marvin Carr, 106.
Is that like the wooden spoon for best in show at crafts?
It's like a highly commended certificate.
66.
Do you think Marvin is suffering a little bit here because his opponents aren't putting him under the most amount of pressure throughout the game? James has just applied it here with the 180.
So if my theory's right, you now watch him hit this first dart.
Yeah.
Game show on the fourth leg.
So I think I have a theory on this young man.
He's one that loves to get fired up. He loves a tear up, doesn't he? He likes the... Look, we've seen him rein it in. When he first came here, he was very, very, very raw as a player. But we've seen him take those moments to settle himself before a double. We've seen him just take that extra half a second to set that first dart in his hand, in position, every single time that he comes back to the hockey. But he is still one that you can see within him is quite a fiery character. It loves a big checkout. Has got one of the biggest roars we've heard in that auditorium when he takes out a big checkout. But actually... good performance against Gary Stone to start. Gary was giving him a little bit back in terms of the level. Not such a good performance
100.
in his second game when he took on Donny Sherwater, who wasn't anywhere near the level we saw from Donny in the first game. And even throughout this one, he's hit the double when James has applied the pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. And so on the other foot, the frustrating thing with James is that he's not scoring to quite get there with Marv when Marv's missing. So, yeah, we've got two frustrated players up there for two very different reasons.
$89.
I mean, you never complain as hitting a treble as a player, but that 305 hitting the treble 18 or it's similar to the 128, isn't it? You don't really gain a benefit from hitting it first start. You still have to go and hit a second treble with your next visit, or two trebles in the 305 case to leave and finish.
Yeah, the 128 one is just absolute frustration, and you talk to other players or referees like Marco Meyer, who's like just a brain box on the counting. You just don't need the 128 is his answer. And I'm like, okay.
I don't hate the logic. We've already seen this once from Marvin Van Veltzen. He took this out in match number 1 against Gary Stone. It won't 54. Be going this time. That would have been the third 126 of the day if successful. Weldon, expect him to leave tops, which is what he does. And that's what he hits. Gets himself back into this contest. Trails 3-2. Has the darts now to send us to a decider.
He's like a little terrier on your tail, isn't he, James Weldon? And he doesn't go away, and
55.
Seems to always, so far today, pick up legs and keep himself in it. And we saw a 126 for him earlier, sort of ignite him inside, and he went on and won that
57.
game. And it's just he needs to get that sort of first 9 situation sorted.
99.
He's a threat to all the rest of the field. He really is.
Does the pace that he throw at potentially lure his opponents into a false sense of security as well? Because one minute you think you've got a 100-point lead, and
68.
Next thing you know, he's just pinned that check out of, not nowhere, but Marv would have been turning around thinking, right, what am I going to do with this
96.
finish? And you look around and James gone bang, 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 and he's just one leg behind now.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think that is the case.
96.
He's one that creeps up on you.
$85.
Not a counting error, but an application error. The 5 leaves no finish.
125.
As we see that bit of shoulder from Marvin, who does leave himself on a finish, so could snatch this with a 155 checkout.
123.
Weldon leaves himself a 2-dart combination. No go for Van Veltzen, who can only tee it up and apply
65.
the pressure.
James McCarr, 43.
There's a very good chance the next time he returns to the board, it is to start leg number 7. We've left 5 again, Scott. 1 for double 2.
$41.
No, on this occasion it doesn't go, but trying to make sure the big 19. It was too big. Hitting the double, it was too big.
Making sure the big number is exactly what Marvin's got to do here. Guarantee himself a dart at the bullseye should we get there, which is exactly what he's done.
Game shot on the match.
He finds the middle of it for the match. Superb finish from Marvin van Velzen. He did enough to keep himself in front of James Weldon throughout that contest. Really turned it on every time James applied the pressure to him. Finishes up with an 83.6 average and 4 from 18 on the outer ring. James Weldon 80.69 and just 2 from 7. We're off for another quick ad break, but when we return on Pluto TV, we'll be back with Donny Sherwater against Ivan Springborg Poulsen.
Welcome back here to the ADC Global Championship Week 2. We are live from the Live Lounge and also on Pluto TV. If you just joined us, you missed a game between Marvin van Velzen and James Weldon, and Marvin van Velzen ran out 4-2 winner with a nice bullseye finish on that one. But we now have game 8 of the day, and Donny Sherwater is taking on Ivan Springborg Poulsen. Donny opened up his account A lovely
First
2
leg,
points
Johnny,
and a
the third
95.43 average against
Game
Adam
on.
Mould in game 2 of the day. And his next match against Marvin van Velzen didn't manage to succumb to those
60.
heights and went down 4-2. Ivan Springborg Poulsen, he has yet to get any points on the board. It's his debut today.
100.
And you could say has struggled to settle a little here at the live lounge. He's probably never done anything quite
43.
as big as this and on TV. So the 62-year-old from Denmark, I'm sure,
45.
as the day goes on, will find his feet. Ivan qualified through the ADC Northern Euro Tour
125.
with Donny Shearwater qualifying through the ADC Dutch Darts Tour. So as you can see, the ADC
97.
moving in circles, not just on the shores of the UK, and bringing qualifiers here
42.
to Portsmouth.
$59. $81. $85. Donukar 150. $118. Ivanukar 115. Game shot on the first leg, Ivan Springbok Poulsen.
What a shot there from Springbok Poulsen.
Second leg, Ivan to throw first. Game
A
on.
115. That's a nice way to open up and have a first leg under your belt here.
100.
It's got Donny Shearwater, who was a touch unfortunate himself in that first leg.
60. $140. $57.
Big game this one for Ivan Springborg Poulsen, Scott. Yet to get off the mark. We touched upon the fact that either himself or Adam Mould would be in this
100.
position as the two remaining winless players competed in the
60.
previous round of
Ivanukar
fixtures.
161.
Yeah, you've got to be careful because you do set adrift on memory bliss here if you're not careful.
41.
He really needs to get a win from this one. You don't want to get set adrift at the bottom of the table this early in proceedings.
66. Ivanukar 120.
Chance for another big finish here, though. Eyeing up the Shanghai. Just keep them straight.
60.
Floats one over the top to leave the two dart combination.
And that 115 seems to have given Springbok Poulsen a bit of a lift.
82. Ivanukar 60. Game shot on the second leg, Ivan Springborg Poulsen.
Clinical in the end from the Dane, who goes 2-0
Third leg,
to the
Johnny to throw
good.
first. Game on. $41.
I don't want to kick a man while he's down, Scott, but after a really, really impressive opening game from Donny Shearwater, he's not quite hit the same
100.
heights as he beaten in match number 2 and finds himself 2-0 behind here to Ivan Springborg Poulsen.
92.
Yeah, I did mention it obviously at the top of the match how good he'd been in his first sort of outing against Adam Mould.
119.
I'm sure Mouldy's wondering why me in the back room, but he just hasn't found the scoring. Off the back of the scoring, he was hitting the doubles, and
125.
right on cue he hits a 1-2-5. Perfect timing.
$32. $38.
1-2-5 in the last visit, but
$50.
it's almost like these two are fighting to give each other the advantage of throwing leg 3. Neither of them wants it. No, you go first.
45.
Shearwater first to a finish, but with that treble already, Springbok Poulsen will be to a much smaller one.
76. Johnny got 160.
Needs to find the range on
Having
that
a car
first start, doesn't he, Scott? We talk a
124.
lot about first start merchants in this sport. And Donny's first start seems to be abandoning him. Ivan's, however, has set him up nicely
82.
for a
Johnny
crack at the
O'Carroll,
bullseye for the
100.
1-2-4. Comes back for a 2-dart finish if this ton doesn't go from Donny. There's that first start we were talking about. Now needs tops.
Getting shown the third leg.
Goes
Johnny
in
Shearwater.
2 darts. Straight back into the match now.
Fourth
Still
leg
trail
Ivan to the
2-1.
first.
Springbok
Game
Poulsen
on.
with the advantage of throw in the 4th.
Yeah, he's a 2-ton plus checkout so far in this. And we know Shearwater missed one in the first as well, so it's
100.
starting to ramp up.
$100.
It's a lovely last start, straight through the middle of the other two.
It looked like it had no right to go there whatsoever. On other
60.
dart setups, that would never have been happening, particularly with these thicker flights that some use.
55.
It's much easier to see that in the treble from here than it is from where I normally stood as well.
But on the screen, there's not quite so much pressure as well, is there?
Someone else does all the hard work
80.
and finds the right angle, and you say, oh yeah, it's that one.
Yeah, very nice indeed.
39. $100. $95. Ivan O'Carroll 161.
As it stands, Scott, we're in for an interesting looking table if Springbok Poulsen can convert the win
89.
from here. He'd pick up 2 points and join James Weldon, Adam Mould, Donny Shearwater and Gary Stone all on 2 points, with Marvin van Veltzen already on 6 points at the top of the table.
135.
And he'll be feeling a
Ivan
little better
O'Carroll,
about himself
72.
as well, won't he? That's the point. He'll look at the table and think, yeah, actually, look what one win has just done.
52.
He's unlucky there.
Johnny O'Carroll,
He's right on the
77.
wire. And, yeah, that's a little wry smile to himself and a bit of a, that was unlucky. 80.
39.
There is still one more
Ivan
game to
O'Carroll,
come in this
20.
round of fixtures, but if this match doesn't go to plan for Poulsen and Shearwater turns it around from here, he'll be on 4 points himself. Then you've got Gary Stone or Adam Mould
Getting shown the
guaranteed
fourth
to
leg.
get to
Ivan
4
Springbok
points.
Poulsen.
It's a completely different looking table at that point, and you start to see the
Perfect Johnny
separation a
to
little bit.
first.
Group
Game
B
on.
is suddenly 4 points away. He's a leg away from being right in contention. It will still remain at the bottom of the table as it stands right now.
47.
But it looks a lot nicer when everybody above you is on the same number of points.
And the biggest one that will benefit would be Marvin van Velzen, because he's starting to
100.
gap the bunch already, isn't he? But yeah, interesting there, Donny Sherwater having
45.
58 left and going 20 for double 19. He does seem to go double 19 a fair bit, but then when he had double 19 left,
44.
we saw him 10 it up to go for 28. So I'm still trying to get into the young man's head
57.
in which way he's thinking when he gets to sort of the short irons into the green.
It's not the way I'd go.
60.
It's not the way I'd encourage anybody at home to go. I mean, all the doubles are the same size, is the bit of the old cliche, and they all, if you hit one, you win the leg.
50.
But it is just that little bit more difficult when it's at the bottom of the board. You're so used to throwing upwards. Donny's not the shortest of dart player in the world either.
140.
It's another one of those nasty little ones, Scott. Hits two trebles, still need one for his third.
Yeah, absolutely.
It feels like there's no payoff, no reward. But it is the right thing to do mathematically because a single 18 with a first dart means you can still
91.
leave a finish.
$38. Avenue car 66.
So 66 incoming for Springboard Paulson.
Oxford tops once more for his
Green
first
shot on the
points
match.
of the
Ivan
group,
Springborg
and that's
Poulsen.
exactly what Ivan Springborg Poulsen manages to collect. A 4-1 victory over Donny Sherwater has him up and running in this Group A campaign of the ADC Global Championship week number 2. It's an 81 average from the Dane, just 71 in reply from Donny Sherwater, 57% on the checkouts from Springborg Poulsen. Up next, we wrap up round 3 of fixtures as we see Gary Stone taking on Adam Mould.
You join us back here in the live lounge in Portsmouth for game 9, and that's our third block of games will be done after this one, and every player would have played 3 games, and the table will be starting to take shape here in Group A of the Global ADC Global Championship, and we're on week 2. We've already played 1 week, and we have 4 players in the Sunday final, waiting to see who at the end of this week will join them. So just before the break, we had Donny Shearwater playing Ivan Springborg Poulsen, and Ivan managed to raise his first win and a 4-1 win over Donny.
140.
In this one we see our man from north of the border, Gary Stone, the Scotsman, taking on the Englishman, Adam Mould
85.
from Aylesbury. And you have to say, England versus Scotland is one of the oldest rivalries
100.
got to be in the world.
How does that song go that they chant at the dart, Scott? I'll leave that to your imaginations at home.
96. $140.
No hanging around from Gary Stone to open this
60.
encounter.
Got your car
Leaving 1-2-1
121.
after just 9 darts. And I'll tell you what, Scott, I've seen plenty. Well, you'll know as well as I know. 1-2-1 is
57.
one of the most common practice routines you see on tour with players nipping in and out. There is absolutely no excuse for somebody not to know that combination, is there?
No, very true. There is. We mentioned a fella
85.
earlier,
Gary
Bobby
O'Connor,
George being his
64.
birthday today, and he swears the best way to go for 1-2-1 is 12-14.
24.
He says that treble 14, should you hit the treble, leaves you 79. You still got to hit 2 trebles. If you hit 11, you've still got a shot on 110. If you hit a 27,
59.
still got a
Got your
shot.
car 40.
But if you hit a single 9, you don't have a shot. And that's the only place you go where after 1 dart, you still don't get a shot at it. So his theory
Each on the
says if
first
you're
leg, Gary Stone.
playing the board management game, then that's the way to go.
Second leg, Adam to through first.
And I've done it 5 times. All 5 times against your son, Richie George. Never hit it against anybody else.
Not that you're counting.
Not at all. I hope you're watching,
93.
Richie.
I think we're seeing similar logic applied to the 110 finish recently. We've seen a lot of players
78.
start on the 19 segment because if you hit a 3, if you hit treble 3, if you hit treble 7, the only segment that doesn't leave your finish is that 7. And then you've got a
60.
variety of options as well. A lot of players will use the treble 17 segment regardless of where that first start goes on treble 19 or the 17 specifically, because
97.
if you hit the treble 19, a single 17 leaves double 18. If you hit the single, the treble leaves top. So you're always going for the same 2 segments to start that visit, no matter where you go.
100.
And this is something I think even as little as 10 years ago, that wasn't being thought of. They were just like ways that you went. And if you go back 20
121.
years, then you're looking at 82 was always treble 14 double top. It was nobody ever thought about using the bullseye on the 25. So the game has evolved.
60.
And that's down to varying other countries playing the game, I believe. I don't believe that all these devised ways have come from UK-based players. I think it's
57.
as others have joined the game in the last 20 years.
Well, the stereotype is us Brits or Englishmen have a bit of a stiff upper lip and don't take too kindly to players going these fancy routes. It's seen as disrespectful or showing off, and it's not cricket. But
78.
actually,
Got your
the
car
maths
148.
suggests that it's not that. It's the right way to go about these things.
Oh, not to be this time. Yeah, I agree. I look, if I'd have done these double top moves when I was 17, 18-year-olds in a pub, I would have had a thick ear and I would look like a rugby player right now. I'd have cauliflower ears and all sorts because it would not have been tolerated.
There is that 110 combination run about just
50.
a couple of minutes ago. It doesn't
Gary
go for Adam Mould,
54.
and Gary Stone has the opportunity for a 2-leg cushion.
34. Adam Carr 60.
Low from Gary. These pair both love to tell themselves off. That's one thing I can tell you about from my perspective where I stand normally. These two love to chat to themselves and berate themselves as they're taking darts out the board.
No, very much so. So,
Third Gary to throw first.
UK ranking number 2 in the ADC, Gary Stone, has 1 leg. And the UK ranking number 3 in Adam Mould has 1 leg.
140.
And Adam's someone who's really embraced the system from the very start, hasn't he? For a long, long time, he was up in that number 1 spot, competing with the likes of Adam Atkinson, giving him shots here. We saw him win a week during Series 2 of the Modus Super Series back in the day.
60.
We've seen him at a 9 darter on this stage against Johan Brouwer as well. Adam is someone who's really benefited, not just from playing in the ADC, but the relationship that they have built with the Modus Super
58.
Series and what we're doing now here in Portsmouth.
Yeah, the live lounge and the players that have been here within, we can obviously the superstar name is
131.
the Luke Littler situation where he was here before having that run last year at the Worlds, and
What's he doing these days? Anything special?
no, he
58.
popped round my
Gary
place
Carr
the other week.
170.
I'll have a look at a cow, but yeah, no, I saw him a couple of weeks ago down in Bournemouth at an exhibition, and he's hardly changed a bit, from what I can
121.
see of it, and long may that continue, because it's very difficult with all the limelight that he has upon him.
140. Gary Carr
And
49.
single-handedly, he's promoted darts to another level that we haven't seen for many a year.
Getting shot on the third leg. Gary Stone. Fourth leg Adam to throw
Last
first.
time we
Game
saw
on.
probably an influx of that was probably Fallon Sherrick a few years ago, winning at Ali Pali. I've never seen the like since, really.
The mainstream coverage, I completely agree. To the extent of bringing in
180.
the sponsors, nobody's ever done it the way that Luke is. You see some of the deals that he's managed to get over the line just this year, or the team around
140.
him and some of the companies that he's working with. The likes of Microsoft. He's got his own custom Xbox.
Yeah, it's
57.
That's a proper big blue chip company drawn into a sport of darts, the likes that we haven't really seen before within darts anywhere, not just this
100.
level, but at PDC level, at BDO level. And if companies like Microsoft are going to get involved, other companies will start having a look of similar ilk, going, we want a slice of that.
Is it because of the prize money that's now involved
134.
within the game? It's not seen as the pub sport maybe as much as it once was.
I think so. And obviously,
140.
there's a
Adam Carr
cleaner image
130.
to the sport. We look at what your typical dart player looks like these days. The likes of Luke Humphreys, the current number 1 world champion, has done absolute wonders for things
78.
like
Gary Carr
opening up about mental
121.
health, taking care of yourself. If you look at Luke's debut at Ali Pali compared to what he looks like now, there's been a huge
81.
change.
Adam Carr
Yeah,
52.
massively, and long may it continue. Let's say, because it's great for the game. And double 16 here for Mouldy to go 2-2.
Getting
He
shot on the
goes
fourth leg.
2-2.
Adam
I think
Mould.
you're absolutely right. But the Littler thing, what the Littler thing also did
Fifth leg Gary to
for the
throw
sport
first.
was it
Game on.
encouraged younger players. And back March, April time last year, you could not buy a dartboard anywhere. They were just sold out of every dart shop and place that you go.
And now they're in every single shop you can imagine. I've been doing my Christmas shopping, and whenever the missus goes for a wander, I just pop down the toy aisle or whatever and see which shops are trying to cash in
140.
and where I found the most random dartboards. It's been a good little... That'll entertain you for an hour or two in Southampton.
I was actually round in
91.
a high street supermarket from a foreign land just round the corner from here, and I could have bought myself a soft tip dartboard this morning
81.
for $7.99.
We'll get up in the studio for a quick throw between matches, perhaps.
I mean, it was pretty basic. It was $7.99. It was pretty basic. But the point of the matter is it's introducing it to kids at a very young age where nobody had those ideas back in the day. When I was a kid, they were proper
60.
sharp,
Got a
little
car
pointy darts.
130.
And it's potentially the perfect storm, as is this 130 for Gary Stone. We'll come back to that point in a moment.
90.
Tees up tops as he looks to take the advantage once more in this match. Adam, a little way behind, can apply pressure of a ton or a ton 40. 60 leaves him a finish, but
60.
it doesn't
Got a car
really
40.
pressure Gary Stone, who now goes down to double 10. We've seen him have issues on this in the first match.
30. Out of a car 160.
And it's at this moment where Adam was bemoaning himself for not finding at least a treble in the previous visit.
$60. Got a car 10.
He's gone inside once again.
6.
That double
Adam
5 has
Carr,
not been a
100.
friend of Gary Stone so far today. And Adam Mould,
$60. Got a car 4. Getting shot on the fifth.
Well,
leg,
the
Gary
double
Stone.
two goes.
9 darts from 220
6
for
leg
Adam
Adam to
Mould.
through first. Game on.
Only scoring 60 in each of those visits. Will be kicking himself, as that was the opportunity to break the throw. Gary Stone, though, 3-2
45.
to the good, and has an opening on the Adam Mould throw to start.
Yeah, and open him immediately that you don't really want to be giving up. He
99.
manages to hit that treble last start, and that's the one that's going to hurt Mouldy.
40. $59. $59. $58.
I think we've come to a crucial moment in this game, and we're seeing where the problems lie. But Mouldy's now had enough.
180.
Tears the advantage of throw back from Gary Stone.
96.
Six darts from 177. We'll go back up the board now.
59.
Will have wanted a lot more from there because Gary Stone, with at least one treble, can pile on the pressure to Adam Mould.
96. Out of the car 118.
Yeah, pops under a ton and gives himself options should he return. 18 for double top for Mouldy.
78. Gary car 93.
Gary Stone will return, and that advantage of being under a ton is he can use the bullseye here. Opts for the treble 19, gives himself 2 darts at double 18.
75.
Slips inside
Out of
once
the car
more.
40.
Yeah, risk and reward, wasn't it, from Gary Stone? Mouldy now for top, surely off the barrel. Talking to
30.
himself all
Gary
the
car
time, and
18.
offers up an opportunity now to Gary Stone to come back in here and win this 4-2. He
Game
does
shot of
so.
the
He
match,
doesn't
Gary
need a
Stone.
second invitation. The double 9 goes in. How crucial is that going to be come the end of Group A? We will find out. But for the time being, it's a very crucial win for Gary Stone as he jumps on to 4 points and starts to bridge the gap between Van Velzen in the pack in the table. 89.27 for Stone. Not a bad average, just shy under 90. But it's those 4 from 17 once again. It's the doubling that's causing him problems. We head into a short break. And on our return, we will have James Welding taking on Donny Shearwater.
Welcome back to the action here on Pluto TV, where it is week 2 of the ADC Global Championship. We're 9 matches through the action here on Monday morning. It's Marvin van Velzen who has the lead at the top of the table. A 2-point cushion to Scotland's Gary Stone. The rest of the field, including James Welding, Donny Shearwater, Adam Mould and Ivan Springwell-Paulson, all with 2 points each to their name, meaning they've secured 1 win from their 3 matches so far today. Up next, James Welding takes on Donny Shearwater. Welding, the UK ranked number 5 player through the ADC system, taking on Donny, who's qualified through the Dutch Darts Tour via the ADC. One of 3 Dutchmen in this global championship over the 2-week period. They're the second most represented nation here.
$100.
And there's a real opportunity for one of these two players to put their name firmly into the mix for Group B, despite the fact it's nice and early here on Monday
58.
morning. We are only 9 games through the week so far out of the 45 we're going to see in Group A, Scott Mitchell.
140.
But the chance to create a bit of separation from the rest of the table, including some players who perhaps aren't as used to playing in this environment,
40.
shouldn't be overlooked.
No, not at all. I think now that everybody's had
43.
a few games, they know what to expect. Nothing's new. Arriving at the building this morning, nothing's new. They know how it all works.
55.
There is a slight advantage to being comfortable at that, and you have to say that probably some of the players
58.
last week had that advantage having been here before in week 1.
81. James Car 160. $140.
Certainly felt like a more experienced field in terms of playing here at the Live Lounge last week.
59.
Only Andreas
James Car
Nicolau,
20.
a player that hadn't featured here before.
Game show the first leg, James Weldon.
Yeah, I totally agree with that,
Second
mate.
leg,
I
Johnny
think
to do first. Game on.
he had a great day first day last week, turning over Andy Bolton on his first day, but then
28.
sort of kind of lost his way a little bit as the week went on. He thought he'd kind of...
58.
I think it gave me the feel that he thought he'd sorted it out and knew what he was doing, and then he seemed to tail off a little bit. Or he surprised some of the others with what he did,
41.
and they didn't go so easy on him. I think they concentrated a little bit more when they played him because he played so well the first day.
95.
Yeah, Nicolau from Cyprus. Not a region we typically associate with darts, but another region that the ADC have managed to get themselves into, continue to grow the
60.
game, and it's culminated in this fantastic global championship here at the Live Lounge this week.
Yeah, and the first time we've seen a Cypriot player
55.
sort of in that environment, and I think for them as a nation to see one of their own up here on the stage, I think that was brilliant for them, and for them to be able to see where, if they continue with the ADC route, it can take them.
85.
It's not the first
60.
nation that we've seen make debuts here in Portsmouth, not specifically in this event, but we've seen the likes of Jan McIntosh from the Faroe Islands, Tom Becker.
132.
And again, they were all part of connections formed with the ADC.
56. James Ricard 28. Game shot in the second leg,
Back on the
James
left-hand
Weldon.
side of the board, and back in the double 14 is James Weldon as he
Third
goes
leg,
2-0
James
to the
to through
good on
first.
Donny Sherwater. And I don't want to keep going back to it, Scott, but he
Game
was
on.
really, really impressive in that 4-0 win over Adam Mould earlier on. Since then, he's won just 2 legs.
139.
I'm watching I'm watching how he's throwing. I'm watching how he's looking, and I'm thinking, I
43.
can't see. There's not a great deal of difference in his throw, or his attitude, or anything to what he was doing when he hit the
26.
95 average to beat Adam Mould. So I'm trying to find out what actually. I'm trying to work out what actually is the problem. Other than looking a bit like
45.
Morrissey. He looks a bit like Morrissey, doesn't he, out the Smiths, I think. No? You're not? No?
43.
He may well do, Scott. But Morrissey's a bit before my time.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry about that.
139.
Hang the DJ, that's what I say.
174.
Big visit from Weldon. Leaves the 119. Not one of the most comfortable
133.
finishes.
119.
Limited in options where you can go with your first start and still leave a finish.
99.
We'll be
Daniel
coming
Coward
back for double 10
41.
now. A lovely setup from that position, unless Shearwater could take out this 1-4-1, which won't go.
60. James Ricard 20.
It's a double 10 for Weldon and a 3-0 lead.
Game
And
shown
a
the third
3-0
leg.
lead
James
it is,
Weldon.
and fiery
Ball leg
little
Johnny the
terrier.
third first. Game on.
3-0 up here in the former James Weldon, and Shearwater was having a lot of success
100.
down on the treble 19 route, and I'm quite surprised that he stayed up at the top.
100. $140. 57.
He really does just fly around the board, doesn't he, James Weldon? A
45.
lot more upright position from Donny Shearwater in his action.
58.
But it's the more erratic Weldon that has the 3-0 cushion in this one so far.
27. 55.
One of those visits that just invites the pressure. James Weldon couldn't quite capitalise on it. But that 5 in the middle of the visit from
119.
Shearwater last time just opened that door.
60. Daniel Carr 70.
Oh, that a bit of breathing space for the Dutchman in this one. Didn't go
30.
19 for ball, knowing that Weldon isn't on a finish. Up to leave tops instead. And now it becomes all
60.
about how
Daniel
much
Carr,
pressure Weldon
40.
can apply. Not much is the answer to that one.
Game shown the fourth leg. Donny Shearwater.
And Shearwater has his first leg on the board in
Fifth leg James the
this
third
match.
first. Game on.
He has managed to win a leg in every game so far today. 4 in the very
140.
first game, but just 1 in his previous 2 encounters. He'll hope that pattern doesn't continue. But against the darts in this leg,
60.
with Weldon open up a 140, there's every chance that 4-1 scoreline may just haunt him a little bit when he goes to bed this evening.
95.
Yeah, totally agree with that, mate. I think it could.
58. 58. 59.
Doesn't really get much easier for Donny Shearwater from here either. He's got a 3-game break before he returns in our penultimate match of the day to take on Gary
134.
Stone. The Scotsman, since dropping that early loss to Marvin van Velsen, seems to have found his
46.
range.
James Ricard 74.
James Weldon, 16 for tops once again. We've seen this route once today.
54.
Will be coming back. Plenty of time on his hands
128.
as Weldon
James Ricard
returns
20.
for double 10 to pick up
Game shot of the match. James Weldon.
his second win of the day. UK ranked number 5. Takes out Donny Shearwater 4-1 in that one. Donny stuck on just that solitary leg for the 3rd time in 3 matches. It's an 83.51 for James Weldon, 4 from 9 on the outer rings, and chucking in a lovely 180 in there to boot as well. We're off for another ad break. When we come back on Pluto TV, you'll see Adam Mould taking on Marvin van Velsen.
There we go. The amateur darts circuit, or the ADC as it's known. Global Championship is here in the Live Lounge at Portsmouth. I was here last week and we're now on week 2, the first day, Monday morning of Group A. We're down to game 11 and game 11 sees Adam Mould taking on Marvin van Velzen, and Marvin sat pretty at the top of the group with 3 wins from 3. And Adam Mould
First leg,
looking to bridge the gap. He's in 4th place in the group on 2 points, but last time out, Adam Mould lost out to Gary Stone, and he can't afford to be losing to the players at the top of the group if he has any chance of getting out of this Group A as the top man. You know, it's only day 1 of 3, but a pattern is starting to emerge within the table.
Yeah, and after being beaten by Gary Stone, Gary will now be looking to Adam for a bit of a favour in this one to try and rein in Marvin van Velzen at that top of the table. He does have that 2-point cushion
45.
so far. If he wins again here, that'll go to a 4-point cushion. And I keep going back to it, Scott. It's not been the
99.
swashbuckling brilliance that we're used to seeing from Marvin van Velzen. He is there to be gotten today. That might not be the situation as the rest of this Group A unfolds. And Adam Mould is... If you look at this group, there's quite a good split of 3 players who have got lots of experience in this room and 3 players who have got little to no experience in this room so far. Adam is one of those that
95.
Gary will be looking to for favours at the moment.
Yeah, totally agree. I totally agree.
140.
I think we're going to see Van Velzen pushed a little more here by Mouldy by the looks of the start of things.
56. Marvin Ukar, 126.
I'm just happy if I hit 1 double. I can't be doing this double thing.
You seem to have a bit of falling out with double 20 last time, if
54.
I recall correctly, Scott.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. But because I'm a stupid dart player, I keep leaving it. Because I believe that the law of averages says I'm going to hit it at some point. When in fact the law of averages
30.
doesn't actually believe
Marvin
that
Ukar,
either.
72.
And you continue to miss. But there we go. Mouldy's had a big chance to hold his throw here.
$48. Adam Ukar, 10.
Yeah, he lets him off the hook, doesn't he?
No score. Marvin Ukar, 24.
From experience, that's not a double that Adam likes particularly. And I know that from my other role here, where I'm normally stood where Paul Hinks is stood right now, in that the way that Adam approaches a double 5 and certain other aspects of the game, I think needs to change. And it's all about the way that he approaches it from a mental standpoint. Because, to give away a little secret here, whenever he goes inside on double 10, it's not a, right, come on then, it's a, oh no. And it's an audible oh no. So not only do you know that perhaps he doesn't fancy it in those pressure moments for that particular double, but it's letting your opponent know that he's not as confident on that segment as perhaps he is around the rest of the board. And Adam wears his heart on his sleeve. You can see a lot of emotions from him, but when you're as outward and as open to expressing emotions on a stage as Adam is, it does just give your opponent that little bit of a boost sometimes.
Second leg, Marvin, you do first.
Yeah, any sort of little negative that you can be seen giving yourself will always lift an opponent. There's no 2 ways about that. But it's a good spot from yourself, because if he's got 2 darts still left in his hand and he's being, saying oh no before he's throwing at the double 5, it is such a big negative to cancel out any positive that you have towards it. And I think you're absolutely right. He's just not anywhere near it. He really, really sort of frightened of it. And I think the only way that you get over that is to go home whenever all this is done, stand there and just throw at that double five till you constantly hit it and you get it trained in your mind. Because it's not a double that you can't afford to think about that double that way.
45.
Because you're going to be having to use it an awful lot.
And that's not a slight on the ability of Adam, but perhaps the way that he goes to the next level is to change the way that he thinks about the game just that little bit more and have more of a positive outward perspective on the game. Even if that's not the way you feel, project that and show everyone else. Walk around with your chest up, telling them that you believe this is going to go.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Marvin is one of the people to watch to do this as well, because
81.
the way he struts about this, his stage presence and persona is very, very good.
$132. Marvin O'Connor 20.
Lee's 59 if he comes back, but Marvin going for double 10 to take a 2-0 lead. Takes a big step to his left. Heading towards your neck of the woods if he goes any further, Scott.
Absolutely. Down here, he'll be in the sea if he goes any further to the right.
$19.
That's
Marvin
a big
O'Connor,
chance for
10.
Adam to get a foothold in this game, to get that breaker throw back, level up this encounter. And like I said, look at the way he's talking to himself. His shoulders are gone, his head's down. Like, you've got to give yourself that bit of belief, that little bit of injection
Marvin Van Velzen.
that you can do this and you can go again.
Game on.
Any negative while you're up there on that board, and we all do it. You know, it's easy to say don't have them.
97.
My wife, when she watches me, says, "Oh, you've just given yourself away again." And sometimes it takes somebody to be able to watch you doing it. I'm sure that when Mouldy
70.
calls back home tonight or gets his phone back later, there will be friends explaining to him where it's kind of not happening for him. And
59.
you have to be big enough and brave enough to listen. I think you have to be open enough to listen, because we do at times think we are the only ones that know what we're doing up there. And if you think that, then you're in big trouble.
34.
I stopped watching myself back a long, long time ago and trust the people around me. But I know that also I have to know it myself, because in a situation like this where
51.
the people that are around you are not sat with you and can't see you, you've got to know it yourself. And I think that's probably the fastest thing I would teach to any young person playing, is that you have to know your own game yourself to know when you're
100.
being absolutely outscored and outbeaten, or whether you're not doing it, because sometimes you can't tell the difference. And I think that the more sounder minds are the ones that go on and win the bigger
84.
bucks.
This is
67.
a sport that relies on mentality so much more than the majority of others. You can play well in football by being a role player or
138.
doing as you're told, or tactics, but actually it's physical versus mental in this sport. And for a physical action, it does rely so much on
44.
your mindset.
Adam O'Connor 72.
It's you in the mental situation. You're, and it's quite plainly
Game shot on the
nicely
third
finished
leg.
by
Adam
Mouldy.
Mould.
It's quite plainly when you go and play a player that you know
Fullback
you
Marvin
can beat,
Defoe
you tend
first.
to
Game
go
on.
steamroller them. When you come up against a player that you respect and you think, hang on a minute, this guy can give me a game, you tend to fall off the bridge. It's a very strange one, and it's the mindset that falls off. Your ability from the game before to the next one doesn't just fall away.
And that's not to say you can't be down on yourself at times. We've seen some of the best players in the world kick on when they get frustrated with themselves. Gary Anderson is one of the best examples for that. But he knows how to harness those emotions and use them for good.
59.
Adam is trailing 2-1 here to Marvin van Velsen. Missed an opportunity to take the second leg and level this one up in a leg where Marvin finally hit a 180 for the day.
180.
And to start this leg, he was shaking his head at the back of the stage saying rubbish. He's on for a 9 dart, Scott. He's already hit one in this building before. Look how quickly he's managed to turn this game around.
Adam McCall, 141.
He won't be repeating the feat on this occasion.
65.
And now it becomes all about getting over the line. But look how quickly he's managed to flick that switch now. Fired himself up fully. Marvin van Velsen is in for a contest.
59.
When a player
Adam
can
McCall,
do
76.
that, they can easily switch it off as fast as they switch it on, and that's one of Mouldy's traits. If you've been around it before, like I have,
56.
it can be one of
Marvin
his
McCall,
traits as well.
140.
So bad habits are horrible to get rid of. Good habits are tough to find.
$95. Adam McCall, 20.
This has to go this time for Adam Mould. You feel he's found a way to fire himself up. But all that good work can be undone if he doesn't manage to nestle into the side of those two. It's a good marker out to step across. Uses the 2 darts
shot
on
the
the
fourth
outside
leg.
wire
Adam
to
Mould.
perfection. Adam Mould is back in this contest
leg,
at 2
Adam, to
legs
three
apiece.
first. Game on.
And he has the advantage of throw from here, Scott.
Yeah, exactly right. And he's got to be positive with that advantage of throwing, because you know Van Velsen's going to be coming at you.
57.
He won't take that lying down.
$100. $180.
Adam Mould's 4th maximum of this match, and we're midway through the 5th leg. There's been 5 in total. Marvin van Velsen chipping in with his
98.
first of the day. Still a way to go to match Darrell Pilgrim's exploits from last week. He could not miss the red bit.
140. $85.
But that slip from Van
Adam McCall,
Velsen gives Mould
124.
6 starts from the 1-2-4. Look how positive
Game's
he is
on the
now,
fifth leg.
Scott, as he
Adam Mould.
fires in the 1-2-4. Look at the way he's towing the hockey. Look at the change
Marvin to through first.
in
Game
outlook
on.
from Adam Mould. Look at the change in body language at the back of the stage. That's how quickly a match here can turn.
60.
5 minutes ago, you just could not see that happening. He was chastising himself so much that he didn't look like this player, and now he really has got the grip between his teeth.
140.
And Van Velsen has got to do something pretty sharply to stop him.
$45.
Adam Mould is absolutely flying now. That's a 5th 180. Did go back-to-back a couple of legs ago to leave 1-4-1. Wasn't able to add to his 9-dart tally here in this building.
39.
But he's got 6 darts from 181 to do himself and Gary Stone and the rest of the chasing pack a huge favour here in Group A.
140.
The flick of the switch from Adam Mould has been simply
95.
remarkable.
Adam
Scott.
McCall, 40.
It has indeed, and impressive to what we thought he was going to be doing at the start of the day. Double 16.
9.
He's gone the wrong side of the wire, but with Van Velsen back on 262, he will return.
92. Adam O'Connell, 32. Game shot
And there
of
we
the
go,
match,
Adam Old sees off Marvin Van Velzen, the table topper. He takes his first loss of the day at the hands of Adam Mould. Like you say, it just looked unlikely. Chin was dragging the ground there, and all of a sudden, away he went. And look at the averages, 91.42 for Mouldy. You have to say Van Velzen has dropped off to a 74.59, but it's the darts at the double. 4 from 21 for Mouldy, 2 from 15 to Van Velzen. We head into a short break. When we return, it will be Ivan Springbok Poulsen versus Gary Stone. You join us back here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth for the ADC Global Championship Week 2. And in our last game, we saw Adam Mould beat the top of the table man, Marvin Van Velzen, 4-2. And he hit 5 180s in that match to add to the 6 that he's already hit today. So he's got 11 180s for 4 games, which is pretty impressive. But we now turn to Ivan Springbok Poulsen and and Gary Stone, who was Marvin Van Velzen's closest challenger before the last game. If he could manage to get a win here over the Danish player, he
First
could
leg, Ivan to through first.
go level top of the table with Marvin van Velzen. So lots to keep our eye on, lots to look out for. And can Gary Stone go level at the top of the table? And Jack, if he could do
91.
that at this point, it didn't look likely earlier in the day, did it?
No, it didn't. That early loss to Marvin van Velzen, not setting Gary up for the ideal start to this
140.
Group A campaign of this ADC Global Championship. But he's recovered nicely. And like we've been saying it, Marvin has been there for the taking today. It's just taken Adam Mould
60.
to do the taking, basically.
Yeah, I think we can say in that game, Adam Mould was hitting 180s for fun. And that's
91.
always difficult to sort of combat as a player when your opponent is hitting 180s and every time you happen to look up, he's hitting one. And yeah, it's
60.
it's a bit of weaponry that Adam Mould has, and he's got to make better use of it when he gets to the outer ring, because if he can start
140.
knocking those out, he'll be fine. But we saw there are certain doubles he likes and certain doubles he doesn't like, and I think when we, as a dart player, get asked what's your favourite double, the answer has to be all of them. You can't say, oh, I love this or I love that. I love to hear a player say all of them or the one that wins me the championship, because that's a player that's telling me that he knows that he can hit any double at any given time.
58.
Adam will return in our next game as we start our final round of fixtures, where he'll take on James Weldon. Gary Stone will take on Donny Sherwater before Marvin van Velzen wraps up the day with a battle of Ivan Springborg Poulsen. But for now, Gary Stone wants 72 for the opening leg in this one.
52.
Not
Ivan
to be in
Ukar,
Springborg
65.
Poulsen will return for 65.
Oh, different.
I love this route.
Love it.
49.
Didn't quite go,
Gary
but yeah,
Ukar, 20.
different. A lot of people, it's used by a few players, but generally when your opponent's on 200, not when he's actually sat on a double.
15.
Double five causes
Ivan
yet
Ukar,
more
16.
issues for Gary Stone, as Ivan Springborg Poulsen returns for double 8. He's been very good in the opening legs of matches so far today. It's not quite transpired to
12.
the win
Gary
column
Ukar,
so
5.
far, as I've given him the commentator curse once again.
Getting shot in the first leg, Gary Stone.
Bit of a wild second one for Gary Stone, but he does pin that double
Second leg,
2
Gary
for the
to throw
5
first.
combination
Game
yet
on.
again. I think that's the 4th time we've seen that so far today. Gary won't mind though, as he takes a 1-0 lead. If he does manage to win this one 4 legs to nil, Scott, he will leapfrog Van Velzen in the table on leg difference as well.
We haven't seen the best of Van Velzen yet, have we? So,
140.
you know, would he end the day? He's got to play Ivan himself last game
140.
of the day, Marvin van Velzen.
Gary does play again in the final round
85.
before we see Marvin once more. So we're pretty likely to see Gary go top of the table regardless. He'll play Donny Sherwater in his final
100.
matchup. But will it change Marvin's psychology just that little bit if he manages to do it before he plays again? Because by the time Gary does play again, he'll be extending that lead, or very
82.
likely to, if he can
Gary got
overcome Donny,
81.
rather than getting there the game before Marvin, leapfrogging him at the end of the day and still finishing top.
I think you have a massive point there, mate. You're absolutely right. I think it could be a telling
31.
factor on particularly how today ends. And then, but Marvin does have the advantage that if he's able to win at the end of the day, that will be the first game tomorrow. So he's able to kind of
82.
get 4
Gary
points
Ukar,
in
50.
2 games and get himself back level. The way that the sort of fixtures are devised
30.
are magical
Ivan
to
Ukar,
throw up these
112.
problems or yeah, for the players really, because that's what they are.
So the 18's route to leave top, Springborg Poulsen.
72.
Just a
Gary
little
Ukar,
wild
20.
on that one. But Gary Stone back for double 10 once more.
Game shot on the second leg. Gary
Pings
Stone.
it first dart in hand. Won't have wanted to leave that last time.
Third leg
Threw an
Ivan
errant
through
dart to
first.
begin with.
Game
Was
on.
going 10 for tops. Found himself in the 15 segment to leave double 10, but cleans up in the end for a 2-0 lead.
42.
It's quite funny. The throw before where he missed the double, Gary Stone, he walked back round the corner, poked his hand in his pocket. It was a bit like singing in the rain there. He kicked his foot across off the yoke. It was like, I don't know what's going on here. Has he lost it? And then he pops up, hits the double, and everything's okay again. It's just
42.
It's amazing, some of these players, how quickly they lose it and how fast they get back on it.
96.
A visit is a long time in darts, Scott.
This is what I'm throwing.
I didn't say that.
You set me up to do myself there, didn't you?
31.
Nice work.
$98.
Plenty more darts to come from us this week on Pluto TV as we do bring the ADC Global Championship
100.
to a conclusion. Group A will be back from 9:30 tomorrow morning and then conclude on Wednesday. Groups B and C on Thursday and Friday as usual.
171.
Our Saturday, we'll say finals night, but I think we're going to call it a qualifying night now, Scott, because the 4 semi-finalists from Saturday will progress to Sunday, and it'll be 7 days of darts from
100.
us
Got it,
this
Carl,
week,
36.
live from the Modus Live Lounge here
Game
in
shot on the third
Portsmouth
leg. Gary Stone.
as the ADC Global Championship finals take place on Sunday afternoon.
Fourth
The 4
leg, Gary
players
to through
already
first.
qualified for that: Adam Lipscomb, Andy Bolton, Bradley Brooks and Daryl Pilgrim. The 4 semi-finalists from this
Game
week's
on.
Saturday night action will join them on Sunday. There are still a few tickets remaining for that one as well. We'll be
46.
completely honest though, Adam Lipscomb, a local man, has seen a big surge of tickets taken up from week number 1. So if you do want to be here on Sunday, make sure you follow that
45.
QR code or head over to dartshop.tv and get your tickets as soon as possible for Sunday finals and
96.
Saturday night if you fancy being here in the evening.
Yeah, there is availability for Saturday night's finals night here. Like you say, Sunday is
97.
rapidly selling out quickly.
$59. $100.
Perfect timing from Gary Stone. Tees up the 120 for the match, Scott, and that would be that 4-0 win that would see him move top of the
99.
table
Got your car 120.
by just a single leg. Can only set it up from here. Springbok Poulsen coming
60.
back for the 160.
Ivan
We've already seen James
160.
Weldon miss tops with this earlier on in the day. Can the Dane get any closer?
$120.
He found the
Got your
tops
car
that Weldon
60.
missed earlier, but he didn't find the second treble. And Gary Stone is back for 60 to seal this one 4-0. It's been a solid performance from the Scot.
40. Ivan Ukar 40.
But his love-hate relationship with double 10 continues, Scott.
Yeah, it really does. And Springbok Poulsen, an opportunity
Game shot on the fourth
maybe
leg.
he didn't
Ivan Springbok
expect to get
Poulsen.
back. And now he has the
Fifth leg
throw.
Ivan
And
to
could he
first. Game
start
on.
setting the cat amongst the pigeons here? Holds his throw.
85.
I don't want to use a commentary cliche, Scott, but comeback's got to start somewhere.
120.
Yeah, absolutely. The comeback has to start somewhere. We
60.
Saw a couple of last leg deciders on Saturday night, and one of those being Adam Lipscomb when he was looking like he was down and out
41.
and absolutely finished against Sebastian Białecki, and then all of a sudden he managed to turn it round from a 3-0 deficit to a 4-3 win and goes on and
82.
wins the night. You know, you've got to dodge a bullet now and again, haven't you?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately that turns out to be what could be one of Seb's last games on that
46.
stage. He's got himself a tour card. He's off to play in the PDC from January, but also that secured Adam Lipscomb by progressing all the way through the rest of Saturday night and winning that final.
58.
One of the top 2 seeds for Sunday.
Yeah, absolutely, and he was at 3-0 down. He was staring one leg of being sort of walked out of the place in the face, really.
140. $58. Gary Carwood and 54.
Just about leaves a finish from Springbok Poulsen, but a chance for Stone to wrap the game up in superb style. The 154 won't go.
138.
That's a lovely
Gary Carwood
setup
and 58.
from Gary Stone. And he will get to use it. Springbok Poulsen can't
58.
take the 158, and it's double 8
16.
for Gary Stone.
Game shot in the match, Gary Stone.
For a third win from 4 today. Gary Stone beats Ivan Springbok Poulsen by 4 legs to 1 to join Marvin van Veltzen at the top of the table. It's an 88.75 average for Stone, 75.87 for Springbok Poulsen. 218 for Gary Stone and 4 from 12 on the outer ring. Coming up next, we commence our final round of fixtures here on Monday as Adam Mould takes on James Welding.
So, as you return to us at the Live Lounge here at Portsmouth, this has been what's going on in ADC Global Championship Week 2. And the last few matches have seen Gary Stone come into the equation with a win over Adam Mould, James Weldon, a 4-1 win over Donny Shearwater. Adam Mould got back into winning ways 4-2 over Marvin van Velzen, who was Tabor topper at the time, and the man that took the advantage of that was Gary Stone by beating Ivan Springbok Paulsen 4-1, taking him to the top of the table, as you can see on legs difference. Oh no, they're all level, so that's good. So we've got a real good shootout at the top of the table. James Weldon sat there waiting to pounce with one match to go for all players. All is still to play for to see who's top dog at the end of day 1. So the game we're bringing now is Adam Mould versus James Welding, and Mouldy really turned up in the last one. 5 180s in that match against Marvin van Velzen. And Marvin was top of the tree and the table at that point. So are we going to see Adam Mould finish the day well, or are we going to see, once again, James Weldon close the gap on the top players? All will be revealed in the next 10 minutes.
60. $100.
Winner of this guaranteed to move on to 6 points.
121.
Joining Stone and Van Velzen before they play their final matches.
84.
But I think if you offered either of these players 6 points to start the day, Scott, they would have probably taken it. That's your target, isn't it? Get in, get 3 wins on the board on your first day, and then you've got a platform that can go into Group B or contend
100.
for Group A or any direction from a 6-point platform to start.
Yeah, totally agreed. You can't win the group on the first day, but you can
55.
totally be well out of contention on the first day. You can lose it on the first day. And then the next 2 days are kind of long, drawn-out,
93.
draggy days when you really are sort of just playing to creep up or down the table a couple of places. I know there's financial ramification goes with that, and that's why it's done the way that it's done. But yes, I agree. I think
99. Adam
you
Lucan,
can
97.
lose it, and either of these two, if they can end with 3 wins from 5, they will both be very happy.
It's Weldon that looks the most likely so far.
37.
Mr. Bullseye for that
James
1-2
Lucan,
forward. Comes up for
25.
25 against the darts, remember. So this is for an early break of throw.
19. Adam Lucan, 60.
Doesn't manage to go.
Always looks in a hurry, doesn't he, James Weldon? Always looks in a hurry.
50.
And this again
James
is Mouldy's
Lucan,
Achilles
6.
heel. Although he hit 5 180s in his last game against Van Velzen, he
Game
was
shot on the first
4
leg,
from
James Weldon.
21 on the doubles. And he's offered another opportunity to James Weldon,
Second
and
leg,
he
James
takes it.
first.
And
Game on.
now Mouldy's lost the day. He's having a chat with his darts.
78.
Very Richie Burnett-like, although Richie Burnett does like to talk to one of our speakers.
Such a weird concept that I know it's Richie Burnett, and I know he's just a character,
44.
but all I ever hear about is this speaker. And the thing is, I can't see any of it. I never see it going on. I'm just aware that Richie has disappeared out of my
125.
peripheral, and there's a very good chance he's cuddling the speaker in the top left of your shot. And it just doesn't make any sense to me, Scott.
He seems to just rub his hand on it.
96.
Like, I don't know whether the speaker has a sort of fabric outline to it or whatever, and it clears his hands or whatever, but he rubs his hands on it and talks to it. And obviously I did exactly the same when he beat me. I went over to the speaker and I started giving it the point, and here, your mate over here, will you start helping me and not him? And which Richie sort of found absolutely hilarious. I thought I was as big a fruitcake as he was, but the game takes all characters. It's just brilliant, absolutely brilliant. I'm sure all sports have characters all over the place, but sometimes they've got a crash out on and you can't see the character. The character's not allowed to come out, but with darts, it's well and truly out there.
Yeah, but even then,
90.
You see the most popular sports are the ones with characters. F1, you don't typically get to see the character of a driver within the race, but things like Drive to Survive or the extra coverage that other channels and broadcasters are giving to that sport allow you to get to know these characters. The development of social media. That's why I think some less traditional sports are growing into the powerhouses in the sporting dynamic that they are, because you can get inside and see that actually these people are characters. They're normal people. They're just like me or you, but they are characters as well, and you can see their personalities, and they can interact with fans at every level.
So 84.
And of course, you can see that from a darting perspective here on Pluto TV 24/7. It's not just the live session content that we bring you here on Pluto. Plenty of behind the scenes content. Some fun.
85.
Who knows? Maybe we may extend the budget and be able to go out and see some of these people, these dart players you see on the TV, driving tractors and things
42.
like that. You never know. Go on location. Get up close and personal with some of the players. It would be great to see, I think. Not just that one in particular, but I think with all players, if it was
95.
possible.
Are you asking to work from home, Scott?
That's exactly what I'm doing. No,
I think you missed the boat a little bit with that one, mate.
Yeah. No, I did that
82.
one already before we started all this. So, yeah, and you don't want to work from my village. The internet's not that good, so we couldn't be able to do it. But yeah, I think darts has a place, and we're starting to do that at the top level of darts, aren't we? With varying interviews that we see and
140.
all other sorts of following dart players around. I think it's very interesting, and I think it's very riveting to watch. So, and people are interested in other people.
100.
More often than not, people are interested in other people, and particularly if they're a star on a TV show or whatever that you see, whether it's darts, whether
100.
it's Strictly Come Dancing, whatever it is. I think going into somebody's home life is pretty special.
No score. James Yukon 92.
Yeah, we've got our very own series that's basically what you've just said, Scott. The On the Hockey series, where our social media team have headed off to meet
52.
various people from in and around the world of darts. Not just players, some influencers in there as well. Charlie Murphy, one of the players who managed to win a title here through our Modus Red Dragon Influencer Darts
30.
Showdown series.
James Yukon 40.
I'll set you up for these. You bat them out the park, mate.
It's like a game of volleyball.
Absolutely.
Game shot on the third leg.
Adam Old's
James
currently being
Weldon.
batted out the park and off the stage because he's 3-0 behind to James Weldon. He'd
Fourth
done
leg, James
all
to
the
serve
hard
first.
work in the previous encounter, getting the better of Marvin van Veltzen. But it looks like
Game on.
it's about to slip from Adam's grasp. James Weldon leads this one by 3-0. And if he converts from here, he would
100.
be in third place, guaranteed overnight. As a minimum.
Absolutely. Adam Mould giving no eye contact to James Weldon there whatsoever.
96.
Maybe Mouldy should go back to messing his hair up like
60.
it used to be. He may play
He
better.
hits 9 darters when he does that.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the first thing I noticed about him this morning. His hair looks great. Talking of 9 darters. Oh no, he's already had a throw. I missed that. But you need 180s for 9
69.
darters.
Not necessarily.
Okay, don't go down that road with me.
100.
Are you going to go down the traditional
I can go-
167, 167,
No, I was
167
going to go
route?
177, 174, 156. That's wrong.
82.
171,
Adam
174.
Yukon
was gonna say.
125.
Oh,
Good
bust.
counting that.
Getting shot on the fourth leg.
Didn't need to
Adam
go in
Mould.
that moment, but Adam Mould takes out the 1-2-5.
Fifth leg, Adam to through
Adds
first.
to the ton
Game
plus
on.
checkout tally for the day. Puts himself into the match and is now throwing to go just one behind.
58.
He's just 1 from 9 on the outer ring at this stage. James Weldon, 3 from 11.
41.
And if you look at Mouldy's games today, like I said a little bit earlier, it's 4 from 21 in the match that he won against Marvin
58.
Vales, and 2 from 7 in the game that he lost against Gary Stone. 4 from 11
97.
and none from 3. So I suppose we can see as the day's gone on, he's getting himself more opportunities. It's the plus about the
58.
amount of darts that you get to miss. But it's not a bonus to what he's doing.
85.
His line of thought now is just to try and hold this throw
60.
and
Wait
put,
for the mistake almost, isn't it? From
Yeah.
James? Wait for an opening, hope that it comes, and that you're there to take advantage of it if and when it does.
100.
yeah, definitely. And
131.
Tease it up nicely.
yeah, tease it up nicely indeed. That was, had he hit the 17, he'd left the 170.
100. Adam McCarr, 136.
May well have to go though, this 136. Weldon sat on 78. He'll be coming back for it. Needs at least the ton here, does Adam.
100.
Finds it,
James
last
McCarr,
dart in hand.
78.
Weldon may only get a dart of tops from here. Gets 2 at double 12. Inside on the 12s. Can he pin double 6?
66.
Just outside. And Adam
Adam
Mould with a
McCarr,
real
36.
chance at extending this game a little bit more.
Getting shot on the fifth leg. Adam Mould.
First dart in hand. Adam Mould is firmly back in this contest.
Six leg,
Still
James
trails
to throw
3-2.
first.
James
Game
Weldon with the advantage of throw in leg number 6. But if
81.
Adam Mould can find a break here, he will be throwing for the match. And what a turnaround it would be once again, Scott Mitchell. He trailed in the previous encounter to Marvin Van Veltzen before
60.
just flicking a switch, firing in multiple maximums, 5 in total in that previous game.
140.
So all he could do in that situation really was to try and take it back to James Weldon and hope that he could hit a couple of big ones.
43.
And I think that's kind of a resigned look of saying, I'm not doing the right thing here. A ton here from Weldon would get him away.
80.
And that was a big last dart into the treble 19. So Mouldy needs one of his trademark 180s here to get him right back in it. Come on, man, was the
100.
shout. And you can see now the frustration coming out. And Adam Mould. And as he gets more frustrated,
100.
the easier it makes it for your opponent.
James Weldon returning for the ton.
57. James McCarr,
Starts
100.
from here to wrap up this one. That would see him end the day on 6 points.
60.
Guaranteed to finish at least in 3rd position. Gary Stone and Van
99. James
Veltzen also
McCarr,
on 6
40.
points, but big losses for them in their final games. Would see them drop below James on leg difference.
Getting shot on the match. James Weldon.
That's exactly the position James Weldon finds himself in. A big 4-2 win from him over Adam Mould to wrap up their day of action here as we start week 2 of the ADC Global Championship. The UK ranked number 5 player Weldon getting the better of Adam Mould in that one by 4 legs to 2, 80.6 average. Just 4 from 15 on the doubles, but he earned himself enough opportunities in that one to better Mouldy. Coming up an ultimate game of the day when we return here on Pluto TV. It's Gary Stone against Donny Sherwater.
So you join us back here in the live lounge at Portsmouth on day 1, week 2 of Group A of the Global Championship, the ADC Global Championship. And we see Gary Stone in shot, taking on Donny Shearwater. Not much before the break.
Let's say Gary to through first.
Went down 4-2 to James Weldon, and that helped James Weldon climb the table. So he's now sat on 6 points in third place in the table with all his games done to date. Gary Stone has a chance. He's sat at the top on 6 points. 55. He's won 3 from 4, and if he can win 4 from 5, he would leave the building a very satisfied customer. But should Donny Shearwater turn up and play as he did in the first game of the day against Adam Mould, then Gary Stone could have a problem or two.
43.
The downside for Shearwater is that he hasn't done that in his last 3 games, and as he heads into his last game, he's only managed to put 1 win on the table, and that was that very first win against Adam Mould in game 2 today. The rest of the day has been a long old struggle for him.
134.
Not finding that form that he started with. We're trying to put our finger on it up here in the commentary box, and we can't put our finger on it. And I'm sure that Donny can't either.
Yeah, we've sort of just been waiting for him to kick back into life, haven't we, Scott? He started with that really, really impressive 95 average, but since then he's gone down 4-1 3 times. 68 average, 71 and 71 again. So, and he finds himself trailing early doors in this match as well. It really is quite baffling how he managed to play so well in that opening game when you expect the nerves and you expect the game to get a little bit edgy and not quite know what's going on, and just to not be able to get anywhere near to backing it up. It's not as if he's been perhaps a little unfortunate in these games and gone down 4-2, 4-3 and trying a bit too hard to compete and stay within it. With all due respect, he's not been anywhere near for 3 games.
6.
No, so what do we say? Do we say that Donny's a bit of a front runner, and if he gets a leg, then he goes like Billy O? Because it hasn't really happened that he's got a leg in front of anybody else other than that first game.
Getting shot on the first leg, Gary Stone.
Well, we won't find out in this one if that theory rings true, Scott, because Gary Stone's taken the opener.
And it's a breaker throw. Oh, no, what? It wasn't. I thought it was a breaker throat.
140.
It was his favourite double two. That I'm not sure he'll walk up to anybody and then go, "Oh, I love double two," but it's bailed him out of trouble an awful lot so far today.
121.
If you do walk up to somebody and go, "Oh, I love double two," that means you're giving them a chance, because everybody knows that if you get to double two and that's
43.
your favourite, you've missed a few elsewhere.
$140.
Is it Johnny Clayton that tells everybody his favourite double is double one?
Possibly. He hits it nearly every time he goes for
140.
tops. 'Cause he stands over to the left and throws across, doesn't he? Johnny Clayton, what a lovely, lovely man.
One of the
41.
nicest in darts.
Yeah, just a lovely human being in general, mate.
He'll be at the Ali Pali in a few days' time, hoping to get his World Championship campaign up and
87.
running. If you are planning on enjoying the PDC World
59.
Darts
Donny
Championship
Ricard,
throughout this
91.
Dartmouth period, then make sure when you're not watching there,
51.
you're watching
Donny
here on
Ricard,
Pluto TV.
140.
Plenty of action coming your way. Nine sessions of live
60.
darts this
Donny
week,
Ricard, 40.
plus all the bonus content that comes on the side.
Game show on the second leg, Donny Showwater.
The first and only 24-hour a day dedicated
Then got it through first.
darts
Game
channel
on.
coming to you here from the Modus Live Lounge in Portsmouth, live on Pluto TV.
Like you say, 5 years ago, who'd have thought that? A
140.
24/7 full-on darts channel. I'd have never dreamt it. Couldn't have dreamt that that would ever happen.
100.
And yet, from webcam darts in your bedroom, here we are, Scott.
100.
Indeed. Still got the webcams, actually. I don't even know how to collect them up or anything, but I've still got them.
99. 55.
Just not been able to find the top of that
80.
treble 20 with his first dart often enough so far, Donny Sherwater.
138.
Gary Stone kind of showing him where it is, as I say that, Scott. But again, it's low, so now he's chasing away. He's not really had back-to-back or consecutive visits where he's able to just throw
38.
at treble
Garu Khan,
20 and
68.
build tons and ton 40s and do all your work on one segment. A bit like in snooker where you're going for a 147. You can
52.
do all your work around the red and the black. You're not travelling around the table. It's when that's tied up in that game that you start travelling around the table and your positional shots start going that little bit right.
140. Garu Khan, 60.
Yeah, agreed.
Getting shot on the third leg, Gary Stone.
He didn't get down to double two that time round. He took out
Fourth
double
leg, Johnny did
four.
through first. Game on.
Stone takes a 2-1 lead, but starting to see a little bit from Shearwater there in that leg.
60.
He did end the leg with a 140, did Shearwater. And
121.
he struggled to start.
He might be wishing he saved it for
84.
the start of this leg on throw.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just the one big scoring treble from his first two visits.
60. $96.
You do just need a little lift somehow, don't you? Just a little something to whet your appetite, and off you go again.
100.
Sometimes that big score, a 180 or 140, can also make your
57.
opponent think, here we go again.
We spoke earlier, Scott, about the modern approaches to the game and how using all of the dartboard is beneficial and going for different routes, and we see that a lot
140.
from players, especially of a younger age. But actually, sometimes it's about getting that balance right, isn't it? Because that treble 20 is still the highest scoring segment on the board. And if you can do your work in and around it more often than not, and then pick off
58.
your
Gary
trebles.
O'Connor,
Look,
80.
when you're flying around the board and treble 18's going in and treble 17's going in, and you're hitting treble 9 to leave tops from 67, it's brilliant. When they're not going is when you really start to
Games
earn
from
your
the fourth
breakfast
leg,
as a
Gary
dart
Stone.
player.
Yeah, absolutely. And talk about earning your breakfast, Gary Stone.
Fifth leg,
Nicely
Gary, the
takes out an
31st.
80 shot
Game on.
there. I'm a big fan of going like 60-60, 140-140, and you're still in the game, and it's
91.
kind of by staying straight, you're rewarded. You might not, even if it's just 60, there's just something about it mentally
60.
that makes your opponent think, oh, he's going to hit one in a minute. He's going to hit one in a minute if you stay straight. Whereas if you do hit a 55 or you keep moving
140.
around, you don't ever feel like that about your opponent, you know, if that makes sense.
I do like the treble 17 segment on the first
26.
visit to leave the 410, because then it's ton 40 to leave a finish, and it's about setting up that 9 dart or
60.
that 6 dart combination from where you are from that first visit. We see that a lot more from Luke. That's one that I tend to favour myself, but I do completely understand what you're saying about
85.
staying straight or applying that pressure on your opponent, believing that and letting your scoreboard do the work for you.
140.
But Gary Stone has played this leg to absolute perfection. And he'll be coming back 470.
60.
That double bounce out
Gary
from
O'Connor,
Donny
70.
Sherwater gives Gary Stone loads of time to wrap this one up.
$50. $100. Gary O'Connor, 20.
Double 10 for Stone to
Game
get the
shown
job
in the match,
done,
Gary Stone.
which he does with his first start in hand. Gary Stone completes the day. 4 wins out of 5, 8 points up on the table. He'll head home feeling really good about himself. His scoring power has been brilliant throughout the day. Work to be done perhaps on the outer ring as the rest of Group A unfolds throughout the week. But an 85.59 average, 4 from 11 on the outer ring for Stone, sees him take this one by 4 legs to 1. Coming up, our final game of the session. Marvin van Veltzen will hope to join Gary Stone back at the top of the table as he takes on Ivan Springborg Poulsen.
Well, and just like that, it means we only started the day 10 minutes ago and we're at our final game here at the Live Lounge. It's the ADC Global Championship Week 2. We're in day 1 of Group A, and Marvin van Velzen will be taking on Ivan Springbok Paulsen. And Marvin has been at the top of the table all day, but he lost his last match to Adam Mould, and that's allowed Gary Stone, who won our previous match before the break, 4-2 against Donny Shearwater. That's allowed Gary Stone to sort of take the impetus and go to the top of the table. Now Marvin is now chasing this game to go level with him
Game on.
at the top with 4 wins out of 5, but we know from our past experience here, the lower players seem to play better at the end of the day when you're not expecting them. There seems to be thrown with a little bit of freedom, and sometimes they can pop up and cause a spoiler. And I'm wondering whether Ivan Springbok Paulsen can do the same.
78.
It's a big ask. Even in this form, Marvin is still more than capable to have picked up 3 wins from 4 so far today, despite not
44.
being at his brilliant best. Will please the Dutchman. What we do know about Marvin is he knows how to get himself through a campaign here as well. I spoke to him earlier this morning, and the target changes a little bit. It's not just about getting to Saturday night, it's getting to Saturday night and getting through that group stage into that semi-final, making sure you're here for Sunday's finals. But Marvin does make his way through to Saturday night more often
45.
than not when he comes here in Portsmouth.
$125.
And he's off to a brilliant start here in leg 1, leaving 71 after just 12 darts. This is the sort of thing we saw from Marvin in game 1 and game 2, but he wasn't able to clean up the finishes as efficiently as maybe he would have liked. And it was trouble
47.
in that southwest corridor, the 16s and 8 segment, that has perhaps derailed Marvin just a little bit so far today.
30. Marvin
It might be a bit of a relief, Scott, that he's coming back for a different part of the board.
Yeah, possibly. It's definitely, you see it going through his mind.
Show the first leg. Marvin
He
van
picks up
Velzen.
there at the end and hits
Second
the
leg Ivan to
double
throw
12.
first. Game on.
So holds throw.
$44. $87.
There's just a little bit more venom in the throw from Van Velzen so far in this one.
$57.
Big caller, come on, Marv there as he hits
82.
a big 5.
$100. $96.
Just keeping the scoreboard ticking over as Van Velzen. Half a visit ahead of Springbok Paulsen until looked like he was piling
125.
in a big one. Doesn't leave a finish though, so Van Velzen might be able to buy himself the first look with a big visit here.
125.
The nod of the head says that he had a big visit. He really enjoyed that one.
All Paulsen can do now, apply the
59.
pressure, which
Marvin
doesn't
Newcar,
really do. Finds
111.
himself behind Van Velzen's score with 3 more darts thrown. And the 111 for Van Velzen. He opts for tops.
81. Ivan the car 116.
Drifts left into the double 5. And Paulson, treble 20. A little bit of a blocker, 96 remaining. Tried to float one over the top, couldn't manage
100.
it.
Ivan the
Veltson coming
car
back for
30.
double 15, Scott. Not one you'd ever pick.
No, it's one of those you got to go straight at. And he's done the right thing. Split it while you still got a dart in your hand. Double 4.
Getting shot in the
That
second
was the
leg.
thing
Marvin
to
van
do.
Velzen.
Springbok
Lily
Paulson
Marvin
there
through
had
first,
gone for
game
that
on.
treble and float one over the top to get yourself a dart. And then does it with the next dart to leave. Double 10, but didn't get back to it. Marvin now stopping himself, pulling himself up and coming back. Not happy with the 5.
44.
I don't think he's very happy at all today, Scott. But he's halfway to a 4th win from 5. When he reflects on this later this season,
44.
surely he has to be happy with that. The points tally more than anything else. It's the outcome, not how you got there.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right. If he's had a day like he's had today and he can get over the line here and he's
61.
won 4 out of 5, you can say, well, he maybe dodged a bullet on day 1 because this isn't the Marvin we know from the venue in the past,
60.
but maybe he's feeling a bit of pressure. Maybe he knows that he's the favourite, and maybe that, you know, it's like the effect is like being the number 1 seed, isn't it? And there's some players are used to having that and some players aren't. And the more you get used to having that sort
78.
of tag on your back, it is like a tag, the more you learn to deal with it.
100.
Do you think there's a little bit of pressure to get this done in Group A by qualifying for Saturday night outright, given the names that are coming into the rest of the week as well? Joe Croft, Charlie Martin and John Desremoe
135.
into Group B, and Shane Hayward, James Bailey and Devon Peterson into Group C. When you list those names off, there's experience,
97.
there's quality, and there's people that know how to get to a Saturday night here in the live lounge.
Yeah, I could agree more with that statement. I think you're absolutely right.
140.
It's only natural to want to get out of Group A the best you can, and when you do look over your shoulder and look who's there, which group would you pick to want to be in?
125.
Neither of them.
43.
So, yeah, if he can get the job done and get a couple of days off, no, Marv, he'll find somewhere to have a throw or do something. But if he can get a couple of days off,
3.
that'd
Ivan
be
the car,
ultimate what he'd like to
75.
get, I think.
We'd all love a few days off, Scott.
55.
Just not
Ivan
happening
Car,
for Ivan
40.
Springbok Paulson right now. They did pick up that 1 win over Donny Sherwater earlier on with that 4-1 scoreline. It's not been the happiest of hunting grounds for him so far.
Getting shot in the third leg. Marvin van
This is
Velzen.
proven to be a happy hunt for Marvin van
Fourth leg
Veltsen.
Ivan to through first. Game on.
Spears into double 20 for a 3-leg lead. And he's just 1 leg away from the points. And a leg that would actually see him regain top spot on leg difference
43.
overnight. After that slip up against Adam Old earlier and seeing Gary Stone leapfrog him in the last couple of games,
100.
that will make tonight's sleep in the hotel just that little bit comfier for Marvin van Veltsen, seeing his name at the top, knowing he's still got plenty more in
50.
the tank.
Yeah, absolutely. It will be happy days for him. He would have been feeling if he'd have played like this. He
58.
would have felt that he'd have been lucky to be sort of 2 games, 3 games at tops, but to be sat there with 4 with what he's been averaging today, and he won't be happy with what he's been averaging because we
60.
know he's got a little bit more in the tank than that. So, yeah, he will rest easy tonight.
134.
As for Ivan, look, it doesn't look like this game is going to go his way from this position. Just that 1 win alongside Donny Sherwater. Does it become that much more
56.
difficult for the pair as debutants to do some damage for the rest of this Group A campaign? Because not only have they got to get used to the environment and the surroundings, and they know what everyone else is capable of in this group, but now they've got targets on their backers. Well, the other 4 need to be picking up results against them because everybody else in that group seems to be doing the same.
100. Maverick 128.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think my fear is for those guys at the bottom, because if the guys at the top start turning up, then the guys down the bottom, Donny and Ivan, have got to find something
56.
a little more special than what we've seen from them. Although Donny, he obviously has a high ceiling with the 95 that he had at first game of the day.
44.
But he has really struggled to replicate that, but at least we know it's in there because we've seen it.
We do. We've seen this millions of times from Marvin van Velsen. And he wants double 6 to wrap up the day,
Shot in the match,
which he duly does. A 4-0 victory over Ivan Springborg Poulsen for Marvin van Velsen. Not been the brilliant best from the former series champion here at the Modus Live Lounge, but his ADC Global Championship campaign is up and running. 4 wins from 5 today that see him top the table overnight. That 4-0 win over Ivan Springborg Poulsen, confirming he goes top on leg difference. 81.24 average in that one, and 4 from 14 on the checkouts from Marvin. We're going to have a short break, and when we return, Scott will join Chris in the studio to look back on all of today's action.
Here is what happened on day one of week 2 at the ADC Global Championship. It started with Marvin van Velzen, a former winner, of course, here at the Live Lounge, the home of the Modus Super Series, with a 4-2 win against Gary Stone. He backed it up with a 4-1 win against Donny Sherwater, who made an impressive start with his 4-0 victory against Adam Mould. Started to go wrong for him. It started to go right for Gary Stone after that opening defeat. He went on to win all of his remaining matches, and that sees him in a very strong position in the table alongside Marvin van Velzen. Not much between them at all, just a single leg, both on 8 points. James Welding in the middle on 6 on third place. Adam Mould got 2 wins, and only that first win of the day for Donny Sherwater. It looked promising at that point, and Ivan Springborg Paulsen with just 1 victory himself. Scott Mitchell's been watching the action. This is kind of the reverse for Gary Stone, isn't it? Lose your first match and then win all the rest. Usually he's got this reputation of starting things well and then it all going horribly wrong for him.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if you watch the second game when he was halfway down that at 2-0 down as well, I think we were thinking, oh dear, what the writing's on the wall here.
That was the first visit of the day as well, that 180. So he was on it from the start, wasn't he?
He was, yeah. But he what Gary does, he tends to sometimes, get angry with himself and stop himself on the next throw. And we haven't seen so much of that today. We saw it in the first game where it wasn't going right for him. But then since then, he's sort of built up a head of steam and a bit of momentum. And yeah, he likes being up at the top of that table. And now maybe that's what's going to sort of give him his mojo.
Somebody else who must love it in this particular venue, Marvin van Velzen, of course, playing in a different tournament here, but he's a former Super Series champion. How much he would love to get his hands on this particular trophy before Christmas.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Marvin coming in, being the favourite. I don't know whether he actually saw our graphic maybe in the back room or whatever to see him being the favourite, but we haven't seen the best of Marvin today. But I think what he will do, he will go back and go, well, you know what? I haven't really turned up today. I'm going to be honest with myself, and I'm pretty relieved to be at the top of the table albeit by 1 leg. But he'll be pleased to have won 4 out of 5 with the way that he's played, because he knows his ceiling is much higher than what he's done today.
Yeah, interesting. You spoke to me before as well about the fact that he used to be quite an unassuming character, quite sort of meek, and he's really confident now, isn't he? Jack Garwood mentioned it in comms. What a great job he did, by the way, today. But the way that he's got this air of confidence, like he's going up there, I'm not just going to beat you, I'm going to destroy you. Absolutely.
I want to see more of him away from here to see if he still has it away from here, because this is obviously, it's like me walking into Lakeside. It's just something about the place that you absolutely love. And so I understand the feeling that he has when he comes here. He feels comfortable. He knows the layout. He knows everything. He knows that's going to be 3 days before he leaves home. And there's a certain air about being settled at a venue that works for you. And I think this is what's happening with Marvin here.
What did you make of James Welding today?
James, I've seen bits of James over the sort of years, and I thought today he might have got blown away a bit today, but he didn't. I'm now seeing why they're talking about James, and I think that he did things in moments that we weren't expecting him to do. So I think that now he's there, it's a good day for him as well. 3 from 5, he's not out of it. We mentioned in commentary that you can be out of it on the first day, but you can't win it. And I think he's put himself in a perfect spot now. He'll be looking at the 2 above him thinking, you weren't that much better than me yesterday, and I didn't have my best day either. So I think we've got to keep an eye on James Weldon as well.
Carry on going down the table. Adam Mould, he seemed to cut quite a frustrated figure a lot of the day today. Is he out of it, or do you think he's got it in him to go and have a 4 or 5 win day tomorrow?
Anybody that's 5 180s in the game is never out of anything. I think we've just got to find, Mouldy's got to find what makes him tick. Because when he does tick, he is flying, and he's right up there. Some of the best players you could ever see here. But he does have those moments where he starts to get on top of himself, and you can see it, and he starts laughing behind that. He just loses concentration. I wish that Mouldy could keep concentration, because if he can concentrate all the time, we're going to see his best game all the time. And I would advise him to somehow work out how to concentrate. But he says he's got a brain like a pea. When you talk to him, he says, I can't concentrate for too long. It's not my way.
Donny Sherwater, he started today, and everyone was like, this boy can play. it didn't carry on like that, did it?
No, we kind of mentioned it. So we got the role reversal. We had Marvin at the top, seeing that he was the number one to come through the grid. And I wonder whether Donny saw that he was bottom at that point and 33-1. So I wonder whether he came out and thought, I'm going to show you lot. I'm going to absolutely show you that I can play. And he did. And we went, wow. After that game, we were just sat there going, wow. He made Mouldy look silly, absolutely silly. And we thought, who's this guy? He's going to top the group without a problem if he keeps that up. Never got close to it again for the next 4 games. And I don't know why we've been trying every game that he plays to watch him, to see what he's doing different. But we can't work it out. So it's got to be between the ears.
What about the old timer then in the group? Maybe not the biggest name, definitely the longest, Ivan Springborg Paulsen. What did you think of him?
Yeah, he's tough to fit on a graphic, isn't he, his name? But in stature, he's not. I've been impressed with him. He's had moments like we're seeing here in the clip. I think that it's in there, but I think for him it was a very new thing today. Mm-hmm. I don't think he's been at this sort of magnitude at the end of the game. And, you know, he's 62 years old as well, so he's coming to the party a little bit later than anybody else would. But I think he's still got something. I'm quite impressed with him. He doesn't get frustrated, and he just goes about his business. Again, he's another one. I'm not sure we've seen the best of him today, but if he turns up and starts stringing those scores together, then he can be a problem for anybody in this group.
This was a brand new concept before last week started. The players this week have had the benefit of watching how it went last week. They would have been able to watch finals night, seeing Adam Lipscomb win that night and lift that trophy. Does that give them a little bit of an advantage of sort of knowing what to expect and understanding what's required to get through to the finals day?
Yeah, I think you're probably right, actually. I think more of the Saturday night and how the Saturday night worked was the thing that how people would go, well, how's this going to work? It's going to be a final, but a non-final. But we worked it out. It is a final, and it makes a matter with the seedings. The seedings are going to make a difference on the Sunday. So I think we're now seeing that, yeah, maybe the concept for them is working, and they know how it's going to work, and they know what they've got to do to get it to work for them. So I think having had it going on for a week, these guys this week should have the advantage. It
was a small number that made it to Saturday from Group A last week. How many, just on the evidence you've seen today, are you expecting to make it through from this group this week?
Do you know what? That's a great shout. Good question. You'd say Gary Stone and Marvin, probably. They look the two likelihoods of making it. I think you've got to look now at which ones are going to drop into Group B and Group C. Both of them, both groups that we've got coming later in the week, have got players that you feel will grab it by the throat and dominate those groups. So it may be only 2, maybe 3. James Weldon may make it. Who knows? Maybe Mouldy. Depends what they're doing tomorrow.
You add Stone and Marvin van Velzen to that list of names we just saw already through. That grand finals is shaping up to be a fantastic day of darts, isn't it?
Yeah. When you look at the 4 that we already have through, and we've just seen the graphic, and I think, you know, that's a good tournament anywhere you go, no matter what it is, let alone it being the first ADC Global Championship and everybody wanting to get their name on this trophy for the first time.
Well, another step will be taken tomorrow. Thanks for today, Scott. Thank you for your company as well. Yeah, Scott said that grand finals, it's coming up this Sunday. It's what it's all about, lifting the beautiful trophy and playing for that £25,000 first prize. Sunday, the 22nd of December, the ADC Global Championship Grand Finals.
Here's a winner on Modus.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
I'm Sean Nyland and I'm with
Scotty Dog Mitchell.
and this is our Bullseye Challenge.
Here we go then. Game on.
Well, Scott Mitchell was looking down on Sean Nyland there. But the question is, would he be looking up to the score of John